When we arrived on Earth, we heard of a thing called racing. Today, at Thruxton Circuit, we will go racing. Now, I must hand over to the one they call Dave Goddard. Over to you, Dave Goddard, in the studio.
Well, I've seen everything now. Introduced by Optimus Prime, that has to be the ultimate accolade for a commentator. Well, good morning, race fans, and a very warm welcome to Thruxton Circuit here in Hampshire, the fastest race circuit in the UK for day 2 of Convoy on the Plain, here on the plains of southern England. Today we celebrate everything trucks and truck racing here at the annual Convoy on the Plain truck show, featuring racing from the British Truck Racing Championship. As Optimus Prime has just told you, Dave Goddard here taking you through the action, joined by Pointy and Ian Down in the paddock for our interviews today. Let's have a look what we've got coming up then. Well, in a few minutes' time we'll have our first race of the day, the first of 3 today for the British Truck Racing Championship. They had 2 races yesterday as well. Then we go Caterham racing. They were fantastic yesterday, the Morphmy Caterham Graduates Championship, the Sigma 135 category out first, and that's followed by the first of 2 races today for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. MGs of all shapes and sizes and ages in action there. Then we'll have the first of 2 races today for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. They had a cracking race yesterday, won by reigning champion Rhys Jones. That's followed by the BMW Minis, the Mini Challenge Clubsport series with Airtech Motorsports. After the lunch break, we will have a grid walk for the trucks and then another truck race, the British Truck Racing Championship. They're followed by the second race of the weekend for the OT Publishing Coupe Cup, the Hyundai Coupes, in partnership with Toyo Tyres. Then we'll have our other group of Caterhams, the Morphmy Caterham Graduates Championship, the Sigma 150 and Sig Max division. Second race for the MGs follows that, and then we close out with the pickups for their third race of the weekend and a final truck race to end this very busy weekend of racing. I can't wait for this to get going. We'll be underway in around 10 minutes time with the first race for the trucks, but first of all we'll head down to the paddock and see who our ace interviewer has found. Here's Pointy.
So we're down here at the bottom end of the paddock with none other than Dave Jenkins. Dave, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, morning, Pointy.
And so quickly looking back to yesterday, a couple of good results for you, really.
Brilliant day for us yesterday. You know, qualifying was great. We got there in the sharp end for both races, and then didn't have 2 great starts. Made both races hard work. In race 1, I dropped down to 4th, and then had to get past Michael, and then chase Bradley down. And then in the second race of the day, Stuart slipped up the inside at the start, and then spent the next 20 minutes trying to deal with him, but just hadn't quite got the answers for it.
I mean, mixed weather conditions yesterday. I think a lot of drivers were dealing with the heat more than anything, in the cab and in the engine bay especially. Are we looking forward to seeing what this fresh air's like today?
Yeah, it's better here for the, when the conditions are cooler, it's kind of on the tyres, it's kind of on the motors, so it's perfect today for this. Now, although I did enjoy the rain yesterday, it was good. It's been a few years since we've had a good wet Thruxton, but it was good fun yesterday. But no, we're looking forward to today now.
Speaking of Thruxton, what are your personal thoughts on this particular circuit? Because everyone's got their own favourite. Some people absolutely love Thruxton, some people are like, take it or leave it.
I just love truck racing. This is what we do, so we can do it anywhere. But I'm always glad when we get home from Thruxton, is the honest truth.
Yeah. I mean, it is a fast circuit that you can't deny that. I'm always the case of, so you can't see the chicane from the pit lane, which of course where all the teams end up watching the race from. And you're like, okay, have they made it through the chicane, or just wait for them to come around the garages? Oh, okay, yeah, they made it.
Yeah, it feels a bit like that from the driver's seat. Am I going to make it? Am I going to make it? Oh, here we go again. So no, it's good fun. It's a great place to race, but like I say, it's not without its risks, and it's always nice to go home from here.
A few penalties handed out to other drivers yesterday, over speed and a couple of track limits, I believe. They're really hot on the track limits this time round at Thruxton. I don't think you've been in trouble for anything, have you?
No, I'm a good boy.
It's a good boy, you heard it here first. And just before we leave you, Dave, we've been asking drivers up and down the paddock this weekend about their first ever truck racing race, the one that they first sat in a cab and went racing. Can you remember it? Where was it? How did it go?
How long have you got?
Oh, blimey. Let's do the short version.
Yeah, no, I've been involved in truck racing since 1984, so I went as a little boy. And then I think the first time I sat in a racing truck in anger was in a stop-go race at Silverstone, the wrong way up the start-finish straight when I was about 16. And then my first proper official truck race was at Pembrey in October 1997, so 26 years ago. And I remember it well. I shared the truck with my friend that helped put the money up, so we shared the driving during the weekend, and we did that first meeting, and that was Pembrey 1997.
Pembrey 1997. I can see a pattern emerging quite quickly. There's so many people lost their cherry at Pembrey on the circuit there, I tell you. But what an interesting concept. Would you ever see something like that happening again, sharing the driving through a weekend? Is that even doable?
Not really now, because of the way the championship registration works and the level of professionalism and competitiveness that truck racing's evolved to now, which is great. But back then, I'd got a childhood friend, and we decided on a drunken night out that we were going to get my dad's old race truck out and go truck racing, and that's what we did. And I think he found a turbo in his dad's shed, and I found some tyres in my shed, and we borrowed a low loader, and we turned up and we got on with it.
That is such a fantastic heritage story. I absolutely love that. Dave, thanks for letting us know that. That's really nice. And I'm sure we'll see you out on circuit, well, quite shortly. Cheers, Dave. Dave Jenkins, ladies and gentlemen. So, good morning and welcome back to Thruxton Paddock. I'm now joined by Craig Evans in Division 2. Craig, mixed bag for you yesterday, but actually we still ended up with some silverware, didn't we?
Yes, it was it was a good race in the first race. Finished fourth, happy with that. Second race went out, brilliant lap times. Well, we got fastest lap.
Fastest lap,
yeah.
Yes, I noticed that. Very well done on fastest lap.
Yeah, and then bit of bittersweet. We finished fourth, but through to a few technical issues with other competitors, we got second out of it. So
that is incredible. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, yes, okay, it's not that true clean win that you really like kill for, but at the same time, a trophy's a trophy, championship points are championship points, and yeah, you've still got to be in a good enough position in the first place to actually make that stick.
Yeah, if we hadn't have been close enough to the pack, then the penalties that they received wouldn't have impacted us any. So with us being close and in the race, it paid off in the end.
That's fantastic, really good. And going out today, reverse grid now, so where does that see you starting?
We're starting on pole in the first race. I'm very excited.
Oh, you just got to make it stick.
Lap yesterday,
yeah.
And the pace that we've got at the minute, I'm quite...
That's it. I mean, you've got clean air, you've got clear roads, and well, you say clear roads. You might be on the tail of Division 1 pretty quick.
Well, we could well be. Let's hope we are.
Let's hope you are.
Get onto the back of them and get gone with them.
Awesome. Well, Craig, good luck for the first race of Sunday. Thank you very much for joining us. Craig Evans, ladies and gentlemen, certainly one to watch for the rest of today.
Okay, getting ready then for the first of our 3 British Truck Racing Championship events here today. 2 races held yesterday, and the result of race 1 yesterday sets the grid for race 3. It was a double win in Division 1 yesterday for Flying Ryan Smith, the 7 times champion in his worldwide truck racing Daimler Freightliner. But that means that today he's got to go from 8th on the grid, because the result of race 1 sets the grid for this race 3 of the weekend. But with the top 8 in Division 1 reversed, and with 6 entries in Division 2, the grid is reversed there as well. Yesterday, Paul Rivette took the win in his MAN in Division 2 in both races on the road, but he got a penalty in race number 2. In fact, he was disqualified for exceeding the 100-mile-an-hour speed limit that these trucks have. Let's have a look at the grid then for our third race of the weekend. It is Stephen Powell, number 3, with his MAN on pole position. 8th place in race 1 yesterday. Number 14, John Bowler, will be starting alongside him in his MAN. Row 2, it's the Olivers, Michael and Stuart. Stuart, father of Michael, MAN and Volvo. Row 3, Craig Reed with his Iveco Stralis, number 68, alongside the man we just heard from, 69, David Jenkins. Row 4 is Bradley Smith, great second place for him yesterday with his MAN, the youngest man on the grid. And Ryan Smith, no relation, starts alongside him, the 7 times champion. Row 5 is Ricky Collitz, number 95, with his MAN alongside the Iveco of Simon Faulkner. And then on the 6th row, we will see Tom O'Rourke, the Scotsman, in number 86. And hopefully we will see Simon Cole alongside him in number 41. Simon had problems in qualifying yesterday, failed to race in yesterday's 2 races. We'll hope to see him back out for this one. Then there's a gap of a few rows, and we have the reverse grid for Division 2. Number 33, newcomer this weekend, Neil Yates with his DAF, starts alongside 28 gentleman Jim Bennett in his Seddon Atkinson, the oldest man on the grid. Then we've got number 10, Craig Evans, who we just heard from with his MAN, and number 5, Adam Bintz, the points leader in Division 2 with the Volvo White Aerodyne. At the back of the field, 6, John Powell in the DAF, and 22, Paul Rivette. So we were saying there, the trucks are limited to 100 miles an hour. They're limited to 56 on the road, of course, but electronically limited to 100 miles an hour for racing, and if you exceed that speed limit you will be penalised. Paul Rivette was found to have exceeded the speed limit in race 2 yesterday, having taken the win 3 times, and therefore was disqualified. Adam Bint also exceeded that speed limit twice, and he got a time penalty, so it was John Powell who inherited the class win in race 2. That will affect the grid possibly for race 4 later on today, but not for this race. So we'll see the trucks on the grid shortly. Hello to everybody who has commented on the stream so far. Do say hello if you are watching today. Quick hello to Darren Campbell and also Wendy Howell. They're both cheering on John Bowler in our truck races today. Hello to Sarah Ridings, Nick, Double Bubble Disco Queen, one of our regular viewers. That's a song lyric, I think, her name. Hi to Carl and Ethan Dance. They're cheering on Russell Smith in the pickup truck races today. Newcomer to pickup racing this season. Quick hello to John Hendrick as well. To Michelle. Goodsy Hero. He's cheering on the Ivecos today. Drives an Iveco at his work, so he'll be cheering on Craig Reed and Simon Faulkner today, I'm sure. No Simon Reed, though, the other Iveco we normally see. He's busy business commitments. And also, you may have, if you were viewing yesterday, you'll know that sadly Jock Borthwick, the Scottish driver, not here with us this weekend. Sadly out with some injuries. Unfortunately suffered in a motorcycle accident a few weeks ago while visiting the Isle of Man TT. He and his wife are well on the road to recovery. I know they're watching this weekend, so all the best to Jock Borthwick. Hope to see him back racing later on in the season. Just had a comment come in to say John Bowler probably missing the first race, but we'll be back racing later today, so we may not see John Bowler. We don't know the reason why. Quick hello to Paul McComiskey as well. Been racing trucks for many years. Paddy Mack, as he's known. He's currently sunning himself in Mallorca and watching the action. Good to see you on our coverage, Paul. Hope to see you back racing someday. So awaiting the trucks to come out onto track then for what will be a 15-minute race. It is Ryan Smith who leads the points, has taken a total of 8 race wins this year. The Marshals just getting the trucks into the assembly area, as you can see. On board with flying Ryan Smith, 7 consecutive championships to his name now. He's made no secret of the fact he wants to beat Stuart Oliver's record. Stuart Oliver has won 10 and also a European Championship as well. And I think on the right of the picture there, I see Simon Cole, number 41. Yes, there's the number 41 MAN. So Simon has made it out. Failed to race yesterday after some problems in qualifying. Quick hello to John Rod 87. He's watching in America. And Pavel GTR2, who's watching from Poland. Hi to Hannah Fulcher. Yes, I thought I recognised the name. We miss seeing Andrew Fulcher on the grid. Yes, I remember Andrew racing the Lenham storage truck in Division 2 a few years ago. Now team manager for Paul Rivette in the Napa Racing MAN. You can see that truck just opposite Ryan Smith there. So Ryan gets the all clear from the Marshals. We're heading out onto track here at Thruxton, and what a contrast to yesterday where it was raining on and off all day. Beautiful weather here in the south of England today. Thruxton just off the A303 near Andover in Hampshire. And Ryan Smith takes us out onto track then. They'll do a lap round to the grid. They'll line up behind the pace truck and then do a rolling start. See in the cab here the very substantial roll cage that all these trucks have to have. Hopefully they won't be needed, especially Ricky Collitz, who rolled his truck here at Thruxton 2 years ago coming out of the complex. Hi to Matt Stone, who says, come on Steve Powell, number 3. Stephen Powell on pole position for this race. Terry Webb is cheering on Tom O'Rourke, number 86, the MV Commercials MAN. These race trucks weigh in at more than 5 tonnes, produce around 1,000 horsepower at least. Running on sustainable fuel this year, the HVO fuels, green biofuel. Cleaner alternative to diesel. It was Adam Bint who pioneered the use of that in his Volvo, and now the championship all running on that fuel. Thanks to their other partners as well, TRP Parts, Road Transport Media, MV Commercial, Vision Track, Freyhav Trailers, Total Care, GT Tyres, MAN Truck and Bus, and Dines Motor Group. As Ryan Smith takes us around the back of the circuit through the tremendously fast village and church corner section, one of the fastest sections of any race circuit in the UK. We saw a fair bit of sliding sideways in both the truck racing and the pickups. What a fantastic shot this is. Chris Clark getting creative with his onboard cameras, clearly. See the suspension working there. I believe that's on Ryan Smith's truck as well. So getting ready for race number 1 of 3 for the trucks today. Hi to Chris Cake, who's watching on, former rallycross driver. Sure he'd love to have a go at truck racing. His daughter Phoebe now racing rallycross as well. Hi to Merlin Motorhomes, watching from in Spain. That's Nick and Helen of Merlin Motorhomes. William Sykes says, come on Ryan Smith. Our suspension cam is on Bradley Smith's truck, I've just been told. Apologies there. We're on board with Craig Evans in Division 2 as well, looking for his first Division 2 win. As the DAF pace truck, the TPR race pace truck leads them round. Stephen Powell on pole. There's Michael Oliver in behind him. So it looks like John Bowler is unfortunately missing, as we thought. They're not in 2x2 formation yet, so I imagine they're going to pull up on the grid here, and then we'll have another rolling lap. We're missing somebody in Division 2 as well. I don't think John Powell's there. We'll confirm that in a moment. So Stephen Powell on pole. His only win in Division 1 so far came at Thruxton last season. He celebrated like he'd won the championship, so he'd love another win here. He's a former Division 2 champion. Best he's had this year is a 3rd place. Now Michael Oliver's moved up onto the front row. We haven't had an amended grid sheet for this race. So it looks like they have redeclared the grid for this 3rd truck race of the weekend, but I haven't had a copy come through yet from the timekeepers. So no John Bowler, unfortunately. Possible problem from yesterday. There's Division 2. Neil Yates, our newcomer, the white DAF there on the left of your screen, lines up alongside Jim Bennett's Seddon Atkinson. Paul Rivette at the back. No, I don't think John Bowler's there, so I'm missing a couple of trucks. We do have Simon Cole, though, for his first race of the weekend. Used to race the Team Hard backed Mercedes, the Mercedes Beast, as it was known. We are rolling start behind the TRP Truck and Trailer Parts DAF. Michael Oliver has had 1 win this season so far at Pembrey in South Wales. It's Ryan Smith, the championship leader in Division 1. He's had a total of 8 wins so far, including 2 yesterday, 3 at Brands Hatch, 3 at Pembrey, and a couple of non-finishes at Pembrey as well. Stuart Oliver, his nearest challenger in the points at the moment, the 10 times champion. His first title came back in 1999. Celebrated his 60th birthday a week ago. Still going strong. Had a couple of wins at Brands Hatch. Was on the podium 3 times at Pembrey, but he had to make a pit stop in one of the races there. Finished a lap down. The grid is about to be cleared. Ryan Smith lined up back on the 4th row for this one. Keep an eye on Bradley Smith, the youngest man on the grid, was racing trucks before he was even old enough to have a HGV licence on the road. You don't need an HGV licence, surprisingly, to race trucks. You just need an ARDS circuit race licence, Association of Racing Driver Schools. That's why you've seen a number of drivers make the move from car to truck racing, including Paul Rivette, the former Renault Clio champion. Bradley Smith equalled his best finish of the season yesterday in race 1 with a 2nd place. Still yet to take his first win. David Jenkins still looking for his first win of the season as well, who we heard from earlier. Began racing alongside his father Tony Jenkins. Used to race an American Mack in the championship, I remember. So here we go then, they're off and rolling. There's John Powell, he has joined the grid. He was late out of the assembly area. There's the number 6 DAF, the blue machine towards the back. So it looks like we're missing just 1 truck possibly, or is Tom O'Rourke not there, the 86? There's Simon Cole. No, there's O'Rourke. They're just a little bit out of order at the front of the field at the moment. That's what's confused the issue because of John Bowler not being there. There's O'Rourke, the 86. Neil Yates on Division 2 pole, his first weekend of truck racing, the recovery company boss from Kent. Through the complex, the right-hander at Campbell, the left at Cobb, the right at Seagrave. All named after British holders of the land speed record, as is the next corner at Noble. Richard Noble, of course, the driver of Thrust 2. First corner known as Allard. Second corner is Green, after the current holder of the world land speed record, Andy Green. There are the 6 Division 2 trucks, the slightly less powerful, less modified machines. Paul Rivette at the back, winner of race 1 yesterday. He took the flag in race 2, but unfortunately, as we mentioned earlier, was excluded. as Phil Whiteley says in our comments thread, a bit different to the Clios he used to race. As Bradley Smith carrying our suspension cam. Certainly is a different view. Yep, we get cameras everywhere at truck racing. Big thank you to our camera teams for bringing us the action this weekend out there in all weathers. Probably glad they weren't at Alton Park up in Cheshire yesterday. Their meeting got abandoned because of torrential rain. So great shame. Watch for Ryan Smith, the number 1. Can he come through for win number 3 this weekend? He's done the 5 out of 5 a couple of times in his career so far. Ricky Collett in the 95. On board with Craig Evans, still looking for his first Division 2 win. He came within half a lap at Brands Hatch early this season, only to run wide. In the Brown Recycling sponsored MAN. Sure, the fans would love it if gentleman Jim Bennett could hang on in the lead. So here they come then. Stephen Powell on his own on the front row. Michael Oliver has now dropped back into the second row alongside his father Stuart. It's time to go racing here at Convoy on the Plain, here at Thruxton, with the first of 3 races today for the British Truck Racing Championship. The revs begin to rise. Some 18,000 horsepower about to be unleashed on the Thruxton Circuit. Here we go, the revs are up, we're underway. They head up towards Allard for the first time. There's already contact among Division 2 with Adam Bint clipping the back of Jim Bennett, but it's Stephen Powell who has got the early lead. They head through Allard and Green Corner up towards the complex for the first time. Simon Cole a bit slow away, so still possibly some problems there. It's Craig Evans who's taken the early lead in Division 2 from the second row of the grid. Jim Bennett drops the back. It's Powell that leads from Oliver. Michael Oliver in third place. David Jenkins is fourth. Craig Reed moving past Bradley Smith. Ryan Smith trying to get through as well in the number 1. Ricky Collett under fire from Tom O'Rourke further back. They've been battling each other all weekend. Ryan Smith has a look as they go towards Noble. We're on board with him. He gets squeezed out by the 46 of Bradley Smith. Starting to make his way up the order already, but it is Stephen Powell, number 3, the man who lives virtually next door to the Brands Hatch circuit in Kent, who leads the way as they head out into the country for the first time through Village Corner up towards the tremendously fast church, the fastest corner in the country. They'll be flat out at 100 miles an hour. What a sight they make as they charge through the Hampshire countryside. Stephen Powell leads from Stuart and Michael Oliver. David Jenkins in fourth, then a gap back to Craig Reed in the Iveco, the red truck in fifth position. Down towards the chicane, they're up Woodham Hill and down towards the club chicane. It gets very tight indeed through here. Stephen Powell, number 3, the Dines Recovery and HGV Direct sponsored MAN leads. Battle is on for fifth. Craig Reed ahead of Bradley and Ryan Smith. Then Simon Faulkner going well. There's contact there. Simon Faulkner clips Ryan Smith. They make their way through. Simon Faulkner's made a good start there up into 8th place, and it's side by side for third. David Jenkins having a go as they go through Allard, trying to take Michael Oliver. They lead on each other. Get off, says Michael Oliver, and holds that third place. The ever ebullient David Jenkins on the attack. Behind Faulkner, it's Collett and O'Rourke fighting it out for 9th place. Here comes Jenkins on the inside of the complex. We don't very often see overtakes through there. Michael Oliver a bit wide onto the tarmac runoff area. Jenkins will have the inside line for Seagrave. He may get through here. No, Michael Oliver keeps his foot in and holds him off. This is allowing Craig Reed to close up on. They're still not quite overlapping there. David Jenkins gets 2 wheels on the grass. He's determined to get alongside the MAN of Michael Oliver. Stephen Powell has the lead. This is allowing the top 2 to escape. Stuart Oliver giving chase in the number 7, looking to take his first win since Brands Hatch earlier this year. He draws up alongside. I don't think he'll make a move at Church. Moves back in behind the number 3 of Stephen Powell, looking for the second Division 1 win of his career. Pick up the Division 2s shortly. That's being led by Craig Evans, the number 10. There's a bit of a bottleneck off the grid there because of the slower trucks of Neil Yates and Jim Bennett starting up front. Adam Bint clipped the back of Bennett. Here comes the battle now for third position. Ryan Smith's on the tail of this little group. He's attacking Bradley Smith. They come down into the chicane. He's going to try and go up the outside of Bradley Smith. He may have got that move done. He's attacking Craig Reed. Nearly clips the back of the Iveco. Ryan Smith driving in his usual style. One hand on the wheel, the other changing the gears. Here's the Division 2 battle, and Paul Rivette's gone to the front. Well, it didn't take him long to get through the pack from the rear of the grid. Craig Evans in second place. Adam Bint is third. Then it's John Powell. There was a bit of smoke there, I noticed, coming with Woodham Hill. That may have been Jim Bennett's Seth and Atkinson smoking. We're on board with Craig Evans, second in Division 2, chasing Paul Rivette. Stephen Powell led by 0.38 of a second at the end of the second lap. Ryan Smith's up to 6. He's got ahead of Bradley Smith. His next target is Craig Reed as we go through the complex. Craig Evans putting Paul Rivette under pressure in the MAN. The Volvo of Adam Bint in third place, chased by John Powell. We lost Simon Cole, unfortunately, on the first lap, so clearly more problems with his MAN, sadly, the former Mercedes pilot. Still, David Jenkins unable to get past Michael Oliver, and there's been contact there between Craig Reed and Ryan Smith. Look, Ryan's missing the front bumper, well, the front bodywork off his number 1 Daimler Freightliner. Chasing Craig Reed as they go up towards Woodham Hill. It's a good drive by Craig Reed. He took his first Division 1 win at the last race of 2022 at Brands Hatch. He's a special driver to be able to hold off Flying Ryan. I think he may have hit the side of Craig Reed. You can see the side panel pushed in on the 68, the man from Stoke. Ryan Smith from Nottinghamshire. He's going to have a go on the inside into Allard. Bodywork flapping away in the breeze, but he's got through up into 4th place. Into 5th place, I should say. Because it's Powell who leads from the Olivers. Stuart Oliver still putting him under pressure. There's the battle for third. David Jenkins still unable to get through. It's not the easiest track to overtake on, Thruxton. Stuart Oliver's going to have a good go here at Stephen Powell for the lead. 10 times champion. He's been European champion in the past. Stuart Oliver as well. 3 British drivers currently contesting the FIA European Truck Racing Championship. 2 of them you'll be familiar with from last season in the UK Championship. John Newell from Yorkshire and Mark Taylor, number 81. The other British driver, Jamie Anderson, the ex-rally driver. Stephen Powell still leads. Paul Rivette still leads Division 2, looking to challenge Adam Bint for the top of the points. Stuart Oliver now looking to make a move on Stephen Powell, who moves to cover the inside up Woodham Hill. Can Oliver get him on the brakes here as they come down to the chicane, the Northumberland-based driver? No, Stephen Powell will hold the inside line. The MAN continues to lead the way. 8.5 minutes of this first of 3 races today for the British Truck Racing Championship still to go. Ryan Smith running a little bit deep there into the chicane. Michael Oliver still third. And we've got David Jenkins on board with Flying Ryan, 5th position. Up over the line they go, past the pit area, past the control tower as you come out of the chicane as well for the airfield here at Thruxton. One of the circuit commentators will be in there today, Richard Neal and John Ward on circuit commentary duties. Still Stuart Oliver cannot make his way past the number 3 of Powell. It's a good drive by the former Division 2 champion. Here is the Division 2 battle. Rivettes from Evans, Bint and John Powell. MAN, Volvo and DAF. Neil Yates is still ahead of Jim Bennett further back. They're having their own private scrap towards the back of the field, the veteran and the newcomer. As Paul Rivette holds off Craig Evans. He is desperate for that first Division 2 class win. And a couple of seasons in the championship with his MAN now, the number 10. More through consistency than out-and-out speed he's found success in the series. 22 MAN continues to have the legs of its Division 2 opposition here. Stuart Oliver, has he got a run on the inside this time down into the chicane on Stephen Powell? It looks like he has. Here we go for the lead into the club chicane. Powell gives him room and Stuart Oliver takes the lead. Oliver into the lead in the Volvo VNL. Stephen Powell goes down to second. What about the battle for third? Yes, Ryan Smith has got past David Jenkins up into fourth position. Now going for Michael Oliver for third. Now, how much time has he got to catch the two leaders? 6.5 minutes once he can get past Michael Oliver, which I'm sure he will. Michael, a tenacious racer, and he's blocking almost Ryan Smith there through Allard, defending his position quite vigorously. He'll hold third place into the complex. Meanwhile, the battle in Division 2, Adam Bint up the outside, John Powell to the inside. You can't go three wide through there, surely. They're going to manage it. Adam Bint cuts in and takes that second place. That was pretty spectacular. And Craig Evans could be shuffled back to fourth here because John Powell is coming through in the DAF. All this battling's allowing Paul Rivette to get away. Evans moves to cover into the complex. Oh, that was a daring move by Adam Bint in the Volvo white Aerodyne up into second place around the outside. Evans has held third. Looks like Michael Oliver will wait to see if he's held third place in Division 1 as well. Hard to know where to look. Two great races going on at the same time in this first race of the day for the big rigs. Adam Bint's always a fan's favourite, always spectacular in his menacing looking black Volvo. Used to be in the blue and white livery of CMG Recovery. And yes, Ryan Smith has got past Michael Oliver up into third position. David Jenkins is going to have a go at the number 12 as well now. The ever aggressive David Jenkins down the inside. Oliver gives him room into the chicane. Through to fourth goes the 69 Digraph Transport Morris Lubricants MAN ahead of the GT Tyres machine. Craig Reed and Bradley Smith are next. On board with Bradley Smith's MAN. See there, Thruxton is not quite as smooth as it looks. It's a pretty abrasive surface on this circuit. Can be very tough on tyres. See the suspension working away on the MAN of Bradley Smith, and a little bit of steam coming from the water-cooled brakes as well. Simon Faulkner still going well in 8th place. Tom O'Rourke's got ahead of Ricky Collett for 9th. Further back behind them, some 12 seconds back of the Division 2 boys. Fastest lap for Stuart Oliver, the race leader, 1:39.021. Average speed of nearly 86 miles per hour around the Thruxton Circuit. Some people will be surprised at that speed in a car, never mind a truck. Shows how hard they're pushing these machines. Just under 4 minutes to go. Just the one retirement so far. Sadly, we lost Simon Cole on the opening lap. He has not had a lot of luck this season. He only lasted a few laps in race 1 at Pembrake. There's Collett in the background, the yellow MAN. See Division 2 in the distance as well. Very flat circuits, being an airfield. One of the home circuits for the British Automobile Racing Club here on BARC TV. There is Simon Faulkner, the Brooklands plant Iveco Stralis. It's, I believe, an ex-Simon Reed machine. Up ahead of Craig Evans. The battle is joined now in Division 2. Look at this. Adam Bint has caught Paul Rivette for the lead. And he's having a go round the outside into the chicane. I don't think Adam's going to get through there. No, you don't, says Paul Rivette. Holds him off. Adam Bint, maybe an older truck, this Volvo, but he's so quick at the wheel of it. I believe the oldest truck in the championship is the DAF of John Powell in 4th place in Division 2. Just caught a glimpse of it there. Although with a new truck in the series at the back of the field, we don't know the age of the DAF raced by Neil Yates. That's an ex-John Bowler and Stephen Powell machine. Here come the Division 2 battle, a little bit sideways there. Paul Rivette, he's going to slide wide on the exit of Campbell. Cuts it back, holds the lead. John Powell's putting Craig Evans under pressure for third as well. Just over 2 minutes of the race to go. They thunder their way out towards Noble and out into the country once again. and Paul Rivett defend his lead in Division 2, just as Stuart Oliver is defending the lead. He leads by 1.5 seconds from Stephen Powell. Adam Bint pushes his way up the inside. All contact there going through Village Corner. That could have been disastrous. Nice save by Paul Rivett, keeps his foot in. One of the fastest parts of any circuit in the UK. Bits of Ryan Smith's bodywork there into Church Corner. Adam Bint is really determined here to get ahead of Paul Rivett. Meanwhile, the leaders go across the line to complete 8 laps. 2.7 seconds now the lead, so Stuart Oliver's pulling away. Ryan Smith is in third, and he's done the fastest lap of the race. I think they're on their last lap now. We should see the checkered flag next time around, I think, as Paul Rivett continues to defend from Adam Bint. Steam coming off his brakes, showing how hard he's working that Volvo white Aerodyne. Craig Evans pushing on in third. Don't know what he's got the windscreen wiper going for. There's no rain today so far. John Powell in fourth place. Well, Division 2 have been the highlights of this race, really, their battle for the lead. Division 1 looks like it's going to be Stuart Oliver. But can Adam Bint make it a double for the bonneted Volvos? Through the complex they go for what will be the final time. Here come your leaders. Stuart Oliver ahead of Stephen Powell. There's Ryan Smith in third place. Stuart Oliver's pulled away. He's going to take the win in the first race of the day, the third of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. There is the man from Hexham in the number 7. A 10 times champion, 1-time European champion, down into the final chicane. There's 10 seconds left on the clock, so I think the flag is going to go out this time. Stephen Powell in second. I don't think Ryan Smith is going to catch him. Up they come towards the line. Is the checkered flag going to go out? No, it's not. We are going to do another lap. I think Stuart Oliver across the line with about 2 seconds to spare there. I thought that was going to be checkered flag this time. It can be tough to call with a timed race. He's got the lead up to 3.3 seconds. Well, that's the last thing that Stephen Powell wanted to see, because Ryan Smith is likely to catch him now. He's just done a 1:38.398, new fastest lap of the race. He's only a second behind Stephen Powell now. And here's the battle for fourth place. Jenkins, Michael Oliver, Craig Reed and Bradley Smith have all closed up. There's Simon Faulkner behind them as well. In Division 2 it will still be Paul Rivett who leads Adam Bint. Michael Oliver trying to make a move, trying to take fourth place back again. There's been some contact in there. Look, you can see the wheel arch flapping a bit on Dave Jenkins' truck. And Craig Reed almost pushing Michael Oliver there as they come through Noble and out into the countryside. Here comes Flying Ryan. Attacking Stephen Powell, who tries to turn across him at Church Corner. That's the fastest part of any circuit visited by this championship. That was brave by Powell to cut across there and hold that second place. Stuart Oliver's going to win it, but who is going to be second? What can Ryan Smith do into the chicane for the final time? Here comes Stuart Oliver, coming up to lap a couple of the Division 2 trucks, but he's going to take the win. Stephen Powell defending vigorously here. Ryan Smith will try and force his way up the inside. He goes over the curb, side by side. Stephen Powell cuts the curb on the other side. Oliver wins it, and Stephen Powell, is he going to hang on the run to the line? Only just by about less than a truck length there, by 0.26 of a second. Now who's going to be fourth? David Jenkins is fourth. Craig Reed trying to push his way up the inside. A photo finish. That was nearly a three-way photo finish for fifth position. Who got that? Well, the next 4 trucks home are covered by half a second, and we're still not finished in Division 2 either. Look at this. Craig Evans is coming up on the outside of Adam Bint. Are these 3 going to finish 3 wide as well? Paul Rivett from Adam Bint. I can't keep up with this. Paul Rivett's going to come in. He gets his foot down out of the chicane. He's going to win Division 2 for the second time this weekend. Second for Bint, third for Craig Evans. What's happened to John Powell? There he is. He's had a problem on the last lap. He's slowed up. What a finish there. So many battles. We didn't know where to look. The battle for fourth place, Jenkins, Reed, Michael Oliver and Bradley Smith, were covered over the line by just over half a second. It doesn't get much closer than that. Stuart Oliver taking the win. That's his first win since Brands Hatch on Easter weekend. and Stephen Powell just holding off Ryan Smith, who was trying so desperately to get ahead of him at that final chicane. We'll need to look back at some highlights of that race. Well, things nearly went wrong for Division 2 off the line because Adam Bint was a bit eager to get down the outside. He walloped Jim Bennett. Craig Evans went straight through the middle to take up the lead. Look at that, they were almost 5 wide over the line. That just set the tone for the rest of the race. Stephen Powell led the early going from pole position in Division 1. Ricky Collett shedding bodywork in the early stages. I wondered where that had come from on the side of the road. Paul Rivette defending vigorously his lead in Division 2 despite the best efforts of Adam Bint. That could have ended nastily. How Paul Rivette didn't spin there, I'm not sure. And then an incredible finish, well, incredible finishes all the way down the field. Stuart Oliver the winner by 3 3/4 seconds ahead of Stephen Powell, who just held off Ryan Smith for second. Ryan got the fastest lap. And then this incredible four-way battle headed up by David Jenkins, Craig Reed, Michael Oliver and Bradley Smith. Simon Faulkner was 8th ahead of Tom O'Rourke and Ricky Collett. And then Division 2 won only just by Paul Rivette ahead of Adam Bint. Craig Evans in 3rd. John Powell slowed on the last lap, he finished 4th. Neil Yates taking 5th in Division 2, and Jim Bennett was the final finisher. Sadly, we lost Simon Cole with problems on the opening lap. Pause for breath needed after that one, definitely, but there's no real chance for a pause from the action because we've got the Caterhams out next, the Sigma 135 division of the Morphmy Caterham Graduates Championship. They were in great form yesterday, with Thomas Gunter getting well involved in the lead battle, but it was Richard, along with Richard Groom and a few others. It was Richard Groom who went on to take the win. We'll move on to the Caterham shortly. Let's head down to Pointy in Parc Fermé first of all.
Well, an absolutely fantastic start to the day for Stuart Oliver. Sees him take his first place podium, closely followed, of course, by Stephen Powell, friend and partner in crime for the Thruxton. We see as well Ryan Smith ending in an unfamiliar position for him in 3rd place. Let's see if we can't get a little word with Steve Powell first of all. Oh, look at this, a true professional, helmet off already. Steve, that was a hell of a battle, my goodness me. You finished turning things off and on?
Yeah, I'm all good now, yeah.
You're all good.
That was hard. It was really hard. I'll just, oh mate, I'm gutted really. I had the pace to shoot it. Just one bend, I just sort of outbroke myself a little bit. Got up the inside and just like, it's so whether they are or not, but it ain't worth risking it in the church, you know. So he had the better run and then he gapped me a bit. I'm pleased to stay with him. And then obviously they're telling me Ryan's catching like he always does, but how he caught how much of that last lap, I don't know. But
it's incredible the way he went through the pack.
The minute you're being chased, you I don't know, it's just nature. You just try to defend a little bit anyway, which you shouldn't do, and I didn't. I did for the first bit. I thought, no, I'll get out of this complex, I'm all right. And then we had a good run coming up into the chicane.
It took a couple of laps, to be honest. I mean, there were some close shaves coming through the complex between you and Stuart, and we were all going, oh, blimey, that looks a lot closer than it should.
It was really weird. He was quicker in the first right, I was quicker through the complex and out the back, and he's quicker out the chicane. And I knew this from last year. So I thought if I can get a few lengths in front coming out of that, I'm all right, you know. And it's just brilliant to be fair for us. Look, we've been racing a long time in Division 2, but to mix it now with the likes of them two in Division 1, I'm so happy for me. I'm so happy for the team, the sponsors. They've worked so hard, and to be in the middle of them two, mate. Like what, 18 championships between them. This time in a few hours, I'm going to have them.
You never know. You never know. Just keep fighting that fight, Steve Powell. Congratulations. We'll get you a beautiful trophy very soon. I believe we'll have, yes, Stuart Oliver over in the distance there. We'll just wait for Paul Rivette to stop moving, and we've got the hands up there, so we're safe to go. Follow me through, John. Come on through. Well, Stuart Oliver, congratulations on your first place there.
Thank you very much. That was, I'm not saying it was easy. It's never easy, but Yeah, when Steve was driving well, defending well, but I knew I had the pace on him everywhere. But it was just a matter of time before he left a little opening and I went through it. So
yeah, he said it was a real fight all the way through the first half of the race, but he's still extremely chuffed with his second place. But you've got to be even more chuffed with your first top podium result for the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. There's another 2 this afternoon. Hopefully we can repeat it, but we're starting further back on the grid in the next ones. But no, that was really good. I enjoyed it, and we did a few tweaks to the truck last night, and it's paid off. So we're just going the right direction.
And of course, no John Bowler this morning, so that saw a little reshuffle of things in the starting order.
That's right. Yeah, I've never known that before. When you're on the grid and they say, "Oh, when you set off, you've got to go on the other side." But no, it's. I don't know what's
racing.
Yeah, John's missing in action somewhere, but obviously the Saturday night party must have been a bit too much for him.
You know what? In his defence, he actually had an early night, believe it or not.
Did he? Oh, well, it must have been too early. That's maybe the mistake.
Oh, fantastic. Well, look, Stuart, congratulations again. Thank you very much. That's all we've got time for down here in Parc Ferme at Thruxton, but I believe we've got plenty more racing action coming up for you now. So I'm going to hand back to Dave in the studio.
Thanks, Pointy, and well done to our truck racers. Certainly one of the best races of the season so far there. Plenty more where that came from. 2 more races to come a little later on. One of our commenters asking what time are the pickup trucks racing. They should be out at around 12:50 for their first of their 2 races today. But next up, it's Caterham racing, the Morphmy Caterham Graduates Championship Sigma 135 category. We caught up with some of the drivers in the paddock a little earlier on.
Hello everybody, welcome to Thruxton. We're at the assembly area. It's almost time for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Race 2 for the 135s about to head out. They're just behind us. We're going to hear from them very shortly, but we just wanted to have a quick look at the crowds. How nice is this to see so many people here for this meeting? The trucks on track right now. They're about to finish up. So let's go have a quick chat, shall we, with some of the Caterhams. A quick reminder, of course, yesterday was Mr. Groom getting the job done from second on the grid. Remember, this is race 2. I've got a very special guest lined up for us as well. This is Ian Payne here from PT Motorsport. Ian, great to see you. Thanks for coming over and having a chat with us as well. Now, you obviously run a number of cars here with PT Motorsport, and one thing we know about the Caterhams, the racing is always so close. A reason for that, and what's particularly important around Thruxton, is the slipstreaming, isn't it? Now, we've got a lot of people who already know what it means and what's involved, but we've got a wide range of audience of people, and we've got a lot of people tuning in for the first time. So can you explain what we're going to see and what that actually means?
So if you look at the shape of a Caterham, it's got the aerodynamics of a brick. So cutting its own air is one thing, but having the air cut for you by another car is absolutely perfect. And the speed differential, a track like Thruxton, which is a slipstreaming track, it can be as high as 10 miles an hour difference.
Wow.
So with the width of the track, with the amount of slipstreaming that's going on, with a double slipstream, which obviously is better than a single slipstream, you're going to get cars going 3 and 4 wide. But doing a lap in clean air is not ideal around here. So leading on the last lap is not going to be ideal.
A lot of drivers have said that. We've seen drivers come back from as far back as about 5th on the last lap and go on and win.
Yeah, so I think it was Amanda Anderson yesterday. She didn't lead at all, except over the start-finish line on the last lap. And she literally came from nowhere. And speaking to the guys who finished 2nd and 3rd, they were trying to out-manoeuvre one another and then messed it up for the pair of them because Amanda went on to win. So, full credit.
So what you're saying is we're in for an absolute blinder of a race.
It was epic yesterday, both races. It's Caterham racing, isn't it? The marshals love it for a reason. There's lots going on. So, buckle up.
Buckle up, Ian. Thanks so much for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Let's have a quick chat with Paul. Paul Vokes over here as well. Caught up with Paul a little bit earlier. First man in here. So whatever happens today, you've won that race.
Well, exactly. It's the only prize I'm going to win today.
What's it like racing these Caterhams? Because they are something else, aren't they?
Well, I'm racing both series today, and they're so different, but they've got lots of grip. It's all about the corner speed, and it's great fun. Even when it's wet, they're really good fun to drive.
The thing is, we were just talking to Ian there about obviously the slipstreaming. So you just never know. Actually, being a bit further down the grid can sometimes be a help.
Yeah, you've got to be brave on this circuit for sure, and going around the back end of the circuit is where it's won and lost, I think. But through the technical bit, it's really great fun. The cars are all moving, and you never know where the car in front is going to be.
Oh, I can't wait to watch this. Best of luck, Paul. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Right, it's almost time for the Sigma 135s to get underway. Dave. over to you.
Just a quick insert from Ian in the assembly area down there. Thank you to Ian Waterhouse bringing us our interviews along with Pointy today. So yesterday, the Caterham Graduates Racing Club had a race each for their categories, the Sigma 135 categories, as the name suggests, powered by Ford Sigma engines, developing some 135 brake horsepower based on the Caterham Motorsports 270R model. And yesterday it was a win for Richard Groom ahead of Ben Wheatley and Thomas Gunter, while Giles Derry provided a highlight as he came through from the back to finish in 4th place. Richard Groom looking for a double then, but he's got to do it from the second row of the grid. The second fastest time from the qualifying session for each driver sets the grid for race 2, and it is Ben Wheatley who is on pole position in the number 53 alongside the 56 Paul Armitage. Andrew Sagar 119 on row 2 alongside the 23 of Richard Groom. Row 3, 88 Alaric Barney. He spun on the first lap of yesterday's race, came back to 5th alongside number 70 of Tom Power. Row 4, 65 Lydia Gould alongside number 20 of Chris Griffith. Completing the top 10, 155, which is Simon Martin alongside 92 Aki Hussain. Row 6 will be number 62 Kevin Turner and 79 one of our relative newcomers Mark Barrett. Row 7 is 25 Simon Smith and 69 we just heard from Paul Vokes, racing 2 Caterhams here today. Row 8 Simon White number 57 and Simon Nicholas in 27. David Poulter number 174 is on the 9th row alongside Merton Wood in the 13. The 10th row Michael Seagal in the 89 and 77 Giles Derry. He had an accident in qualifying and failed to set a time, so he's got to start from the back again. And right at the back is number 163, and I mentioned Thomas Gunter was on the podium in that car yesterday. Russell Gunter has taken over that car for today's race, the family sharing the car, so Russell has to start from the back. At your grid then, 21 cars for the Morphmy Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigma 135 category. This will be a 25-minute race today, so slightly longer, the second race of each weekend for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, formed in the late 1990s for graduates of the Caterham Scholarship for novice racers. They created their own series to race in, and it's been running ever since. Hugely popular, hugely entertaining, as is Caterham racing anywhere around. The Sigma 135 points were led coming into this weekend by Ben Wheatley, the man who starts from pole. He had a win at Brands Hatch early this year, won twice at Snetterton and once on the series overseas trip to Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. Richard Groom had a couple of wins earlier this year, one at Brands and one at Snetterton, had the win yesterday here at Thruxton in race 1 as well. Tom Power had a win at Spa-Francorchamps and he sits 3rd in the points ahead of Giles Derry. Watch for him in his green car coming through from the back of the grid after that shunt in qualifying yesterday. Kevin Turner is 5th in the points ahead of Alaric Barney. This may have changed. I believe Richard Groom has leapfrogged Ben Wheatley into the lead of the points after his win yesterday, because it's 30 points for a win, 28 for second. So yes, I think Richard Groom, I know my maths isn't brilliant, is now leading by a single point, because they were only 1 point apart coming into the weekend. Up to the grid they come then. For this second race of the weekend, the third of the weekend for the club, second for the Sigma 135s. There's David Poulter's purple machine, alongside him will be Merton Wood, number 13. Michael Seagal, the white car with the red wings. In pole position it is the 53 of Ben Wheatley, the grey and red car, alongside the black car with the Dayglow yellow cage. That's Paul Armitage. Andrew Sagar in grey and Dayglow yellow as well. Richard Groom in his red and black car on the second row of the grid. Alaric Barney in black with the blue cage. Tom Power is in blue and Dayglow yellow. Quite similar to Ryan Smith's race truck, isn't it? Fourth row of the grid, we've got Lydia Gould, and a couple of ladies racing in the Caterhams this weekend. That's the silver car with the orange and blue stripe. Alongside her is Chris Griffith in the black and red, number 20. Completing the top 10, Simon Martin in silver and black in number 155, and the all-black machine of Aki Hussain, but I can't see Aki Hussain's car there, actually, so he might be missing. Behind them, Kevin Turner, number 62. That's the very dark green car with the yellow roll cage, and Mark Barrett, that's the car with the novice cross on the back. But I believe he has now done 6 races. You wear a novice cross, the black cross on the yellow background for your first 6 races as a racing driver. Russell Gunter into line at the back in the orange car. The green flag is waved by the marshal at the back of the grid. Red lights come on. 25 minutes of Caterham racing coming your way. Red lights out and away we go. Andrew Sagar gets away well from the second row, but it is Ben Wheatley, number 53, who will lead the way from pole position on the rein to Allard for the first time. Sagar's come through from the second row into second. Alaric Barney's away well as well. He's up into third place. Not the best of starts for Richard Groom or for Paul Armitage in the 56. He's dropped a couple of spots by the look of things. Richard Groom's caught in the middle there, weaving about as it's Ben Wheatley who leads through the complex for the first time. Side by side in there, Mark Barrett on the outside of somebody. Tom Powers made a bit of a slow start as well there, the blue and yellow number 70. The number 20 of Chris Griffith coming through ahead of Mark Barrett, the purple liveried car number 79, as they stream their way out onto the back of the circuit for the first time. Tom Power recovering there, attacking Barrett in the number 79 car. There's the number 57 a little bit further back. That is Simon White. It is Ben Wheatley who leads. Alaric Barney is up into second position as they start to sort themselves out around this first lap. Tom Power attacking down the inside of the 62 of Kevin Turner. Barrett in that purple, blue and orange car up ahead of him. Lydia Gould in behind them. Here's the battle for the lead then. Ben Wheatley from Alaric Barney, the number 88, looking for his first win of the season. The man from Reading has a look down the outside, but up the inside, that's Paul Armitage. Recovered from a slightly slow start. He's up into second place ahead of Barney. Fourth place is Richard Groom. Then it's Andrew Sagar in fifth position. Through the chicane they go. There's Paul Vokes, number 69, ahead of the 65 of Lydia Gould. And as they complete the first lap, Wheatley leads from Armitage, Barney, Groom. Sagar is fifth. The big gainer on the first lap was Giles Derry. He's gained 9 places on the opening lap and is already knocking on the door of the top 10. The bright green car there in the midfield. That's the number 77, so watch for him coming through. Tom Power very sideways there into the complex. Paul Vokes runs wide as well, the orange-nosed car, side by side with Simon Martin in the number 155. Through on the inside now comes the 57, that is Simon White in the dark red car. Start to settle down slightly there after that frantic opening lap, but Caterham Racing never really settles down, this classic slipstreaming formula. The leader Ben Wheatley was ahead by just 0.6 of a second at the end of the opening lap. Here comes Richard Groom, his championship rival up the inside, takes second place from Paul Armitage. Alaric Barney is down into fourth place. These four breaking away slightly from the rest of the field. I think it's Andrew Sagar leading the second group, and Richard Groom is going for the lead. He didn't make the best of starts. It hasn't taken him long to recover. He takes the lead on the run up Woodham Hill. Up to the outside now comes Paul Armitage with the yellow roll cage. Ben Wheatley holds him off. 4 cars line astern. Up to fifth is Chris Griffith. He's just taken Andrew Sagar. And Giles Derry is up to 7th already in only 2 laps from the back of this 21-car grid. Watch for Russell Gunter as well. The number 163 had to start at the back as he's sharing the car. Attacking for the lead now, Richard Groom. He's gone through and taken the lead at the line. Ben Wheatley is starting to fight back, going round the outside at Campbell. That's never going to work, surely, although Richard Groom gets sideways, and it has worked for Ben Wheatley. They're sliding these cars around like they're on ice through there. Third place is Paul Armitage. Alaric Barney's being caught by Chris Griffith in the number 20. Here comes Richard Groom fighting back again, the red car with the white stripe, side by side with Wheatley. You'd think this was a 3-lap sprint, not a 25-minute race, wouldn't you? Groom goes through, retakes the lead. Caterham Racing just getting better and better this weekend. Paul Armitage is in third place. Fourth for Alaric Barney. Oh, Richard Groom's got a penalty. Just come through on the timing screen. Richard Groom has a 10-second penalty. I would assume that's for an out-of-position start. So the leading car will drop down the order on corrected time. Richard Groom with a time penalty. We'll wait to be given the reason for that. I assume it's for an out-of-position start. We saw that in the Hyundai Coupe race for a few drivers yesterday. Groom leads it though on the road from Ben Wheatley, but on corrected time he will be down to 15th place. Third is Paul Armitage, then it's Alaric Barney, Chris Griffith, and Andrew Sagar with the yellow wheels. 6 cars now almost line astern. Car 23, 10-second penalty, jump starts. We didn't see him make the best of starts up towards the complex, so maybe he moved forward and then checked his progress and then went again. We couldn't quite see in there, so Richard Groom adjudged to have jumped the starts and will get a 10-second penalty. He's still there in second at the moment. He just lost out to Ben Wheatley. Third is Paul Armitage, and then Alaric Barney, Chris Griffith, Andrew Sagar is in 6th position. Then Giles Derry from the back of the grid in the 77 after his qualifying incidents. Next in the order, Kevin Turner, Tom Power. You can see Richard Groom showing as 9th in the table at the moment on the left of your screen on the timing tower. So that's where the penalty will drop him down to once those 10 seconds are added. Mark Barrett is next in the order, then Lydia Gould and Simon Martin. Groom retakes the lead. Well, if he's going to win this race, he's going to have to win it by more than 10 seconds to overcome the penalty now. And that in Caterham racing is almost impossible because of the slipstreaming nature of these races. Side by side for the lead. They're swapping places for fun, Ben Wheatley and Richard Groom. Armitage and Barney likewise. The place you don't want to be leading a Caterham race here at Thruxton is coming into the chicane on the last lap, because you're likely to get zapped into the chicane, and the only way you can get it back is to slipstream your way up the grid to the finish line. Richard Groom leads on the road at the line, but on corrected time it's Ben Wheatley from the 56 and Paul Armitage. This group of 6 cars has broken away. Giles Derry trying to go after them. Next in the order, Kevin Turner. Then it's Tom Power with that bright yellow and blue car. Then Mark Barrett, Simon Martin, Lydia Gould, and the rest of them behind them. The 25 of Simon Smith, the other bright green car. The lead battle has calmed down just very slightly now. Ben Wheatley chases Richard Groom. We don't know whether Richard has yet been advised on the pit wall of his penalty, but he doesn't care at the moment. He'll continue battling Ben Wheatley for the lead, but it certainly looks as though this could hand the championship advantage back in Ben Wheatley's favour going into the next round, which is coming up at Croft in North Yorkshire. Alaric Barney taking a bit of a risk there out of Church Corner, attacking Paul Armitage, and the 53 has dropped back as well, so Groom clear in the lead. So Ben Wheatley has made a slight mistake there as on the back of the circuit. Paul Armitage has gone through into second. Alaric Barney next, then side by side between Andrew Sagar and Chris Griffith. Sagar gets through. So Richard Groom leads on the road. It's now Paul Armitage leading on corrected time though. First time he's led this weekend. Ben Wheatley about to fight back. Paul Armitage from Buckinghamshire. Ben Wheatley comes from Dunmow in Essex, and he's back ahead there into the complex. 23 of Richard Groom from Woking in Surrey leads the way. Alaric Barney closing up in the 88. Here's a battle further back in the order. That's David Poulter chasing the number 27. The orange car is Simon Nicholas. Not sure if David Poulter is any relation to Paul Poulter, who used to race in the pickup truck championship. He was number 74. Through the complex. 174 car still with the headlights on it there. So these Caterhams are converted from road cars. Indeed, in some divisions of Caterham racing, particularly the Caterham Academy, some drivers do drive their cars to the circuits. Here comes Lydia Gould, the 65. That's Tom Power she's about to take there, so he's dropped back a bit. Here's the battle for second place behind Paul Armitage on corrected time. Alaric Barney around the outside of Ben Wheatley, and behind them is Sagar. Andrew Sagar a bit out of shape there over the curb, just ahead of Chris Griffith. Here comes Giles Derry in the number 77. Another charge through the field from him. Alaric Barney moves across to defend from Ben Wheatley. They're fighting for what is now the lead on corrected time, because Paul Armitage just dropped back behind them. I missed that, apologies there. You can't take your eyes off this lead battle for a second. So Armitage has been slipstreamed down. He'll try and get back up again. Andrew Sagar takes Chris Griffith back. More overtaking in a single lap than in the entire season of some forms of racing from the Caterham. It's incredible. Giles Derry chasing Chris Griffith now as he tries to make his move into the leading pack. They almost go 3 wide at Noble. This is for the lead. Richard Groom leads on the road ahead of Wheatley. Then it's Alaric Barney, who led briefly at the line last time through. Then Paul Armitage. Still 15 minutes of this to go. Next group is headed up by Andrew Sagar, then Giles Derry, who's going through on the run into Church. Chris Griffith has a look as well. And then the next group behind them is headed up by Kevin Turner, Lydia Gould and Tom Power, who drops a little way down the order after the early stages. Up the inside, Ben Wheatley about to take the lead on the road at the chicane, or try to. He does so. Richard Groom in second place, but on corrected time, he's only 7th. Alaric Barney at the inside now. Having a look, the second on the road. Paul Armitage behind him, who was leading early on. This is great stuff. Giles Derry is now next in the order. Can he catch the leaders and win from 20th on the grid? Here's the battle further back, the 27 of Simon Nicholas. David Poulter, they're fighting for 16th. Just ahead of them is Russell Gunter, who started from the very back of the grid. There was one non-starter, as we worked out. Aki Hussain sadly didn't make it out for this race. There's Gunter, the orange car ahead of this group. And in behind Poulter is number 57, Simon White, who's dropped back a bit. Still Ben Wheatley with the lead when we last looked at the lead battle. Wonderful stuff here in the sunshine of Thruxton for the Caterhams. As one of our commenters has said, this is as slipstreaming as an Indy 500. Be great, wouldn't it be great to see the Caterhams race at Indianapolis on the road course? Richard Groom moves back in front of Ben Wheatley. Then Alaric Barney. Paul Armitage in the 56. Paul Armitage running well. He's only down in 10th in the points chart, but that's because he missed the opening meeting of the year at Brands Hatch. They're looking to move up the points this weekend. Giles Derry likewise trying to close in on the 4 battlers at the front. Look at Ben Wheatley up on the curb there at Campbell, and it's worked for him as well. He's able to slingshot his way into the lead ahead of Richard Groom. Alaric Barney a little bit out of shape there as they come out of Seagrave up towards Noble. So he wants to make a move into second on the road here. He has a look. Be mindful that Paul Armitage is there behind him. Next in the order, this man, Giles Derry in green. What a great run through the field once again. Next is Andrew Sagar in the 119 Caterham from Billingham in Cleveland. Chris Griffith is next. He's got Kevin Turner on his tail now. Here come your leaders, 4 of them still together. What's going to happen this time down into the chicane? Alaric Barney's going to try and go through the middle. He gets ahead of Ben Wheatley, so he's leading on corrected time. He wants to go for the lead out right on the road. Alaric Barney is up the inside into the chicane. Richard Groom doesn't quite give him a lot of room, but Barney goes through. Ben Wheatley into the slipstream of Richard Groom, moves to the inside as they come over the line. It's under 11.5 minutes still to go. Paul Armitage giving chase. Richard Groom, as this pack of 4 works its way clear, you see Richard Groom's name starting to climb up the timing tower slightly. He's 6th on corrected time now. You can see how far ahead they are of Andrew Sagar and the next pairing of Turner and Griffith. So what Richard Groom will need to hope here is if that slipstreaming pack of 4 at the front of the field continues to carry itself further and further ahead of everyone else. Kevin Turner a bit wide there, under fire from Chris Griffith at the complex. This is the battle for 7th position. Kevin Turner from Kent, Chris Griffith from Hertfordshire. Griffith dodging about there on the tail of the number 62. up towards Village and Church once again. Behind them it is Lydia Gould in 9th place. She's running well ahead of Tom Power in the number 17, winner at Spa last time out in Belgium. Here come the leaders, and they're all over each other. Giles Derry's caught them. Now it's 5 for the lead. Richard Groom, Ben Wheatley, the 88 of Barney. Up the inside there, Chris Griffith will take 7th place from Turner. Andrew Sagar's a bit lonely here. He's got no one to race with. He's got nobody to slipstream with, because he's a few seconds back on this group at the front and a couple of seconds clear of Chris Griffith. Richard Groom leads on the road. There's a spin for Simon Smith, number 25, at the chicane. He was in 14th place. Rejoins okay. No contact there. Richard Groom still leads on the road. Yesterday's winner, but he's got to get 10 seconds clear of everybody else if he's going to take another win here, and I really can't see that happening in the next 9 minutes. Ben Wheatley up the outside, Alaric Barney in 3rd, Paul Armitage 4th, Giles Derry in 5th on the road. Can he get through this slot and take the victory? Wheatley to the inside again, coming through Village up towards Church Corner. Alaric Barney moves across him though. Speed they go through there. That's very brave indeed, going side by side through Church. Here's a replay of that spin for Simon Smith. He was challenging Paul Vokes in the 69 car. Not sure if there was any contact there. They may have just tapped wheels. And Simon Smith spun around. He's got it going again. Here come the leaders, and Alaric Barney has now gone to the front. He was on the move through Church Corner, and Giles Derry's through to 3rd on the road. That is one of our back markers into the pits. That's Michael Seagal in the number 89 car into retirement, was running towards the tail of the field. He's out of the race. But these 5 certainly aren't. Here comes Giles Derry. Watch that green 77. Oh, he's missed his braking point. Off he goes. Oh, commentator's curse for Giles Derry. Sorry, Giles. Spins it out. Nice recovery. And he'll fight back onto the tail of this group, I'm sure. He was lucky not to take anybody with him. And Richard Groom bounces off the curb at Seagrave. Nearly goes onto the grass. They're trying a bit too hard here. Look at Ben Wheatley. 3 wide towards Noble. He's going to try and retake the lead. No, he isn't. Alaric Barney cuts him off into the left-hander. This is fantastic racing. 4 of them together. Giles Derry will now have to try and close back up again. That was a scary moment into the complex. I thought he was going to skittle everyone off as he spun there. Just missed his braking points as he tried to get up the inside for 2nd place. So Alaric Barney, the number 88 car, now leads, looking for his first win of the season. Let's have a look at that again. Watch the green car, number 77, Giles Derry. He tries to go for the inside on Richard Groom, locks up. He knows he's lost it. Luckily, not close enough to the other cars, but Alaric Barney was lucky there not to be rear-ended as he spun. Nice recovery by Giles. He's got to catch up again though. Richard Groom has retaken the lead. Barney goes down the 3rd behind Ben Wheatley. Ben will take the lead on corrected time. Paul Armitage just keeping an eye on them behind. Now let's see how many seconds Giles Derry has lost there. He's coming over the line now. Yeah, he's about 3.5 seconds near enough back on Paul Armitage, so he's got that to make up, and he's got 6.5 minutes to do so. Into the complex, Groom from Wheatley, Groom sideways. Barney trying to hold off Paul Armitage. There's Derry in the background. Then a gap back to Sagar. Groom 6th on corrected time, we can see on the timing tower. Next is Andrew Sagar, then Chris Griffith. He's got Kevin Turner behind him, then Lydia Gould in the 65. And then Tom Power completes the top 10 ahead of Mark Barrett, Simon Martin, Paul Vokes, Russell Gunter from the back of the grid, Simon Smith, Simon White, Simon Nicholas. You don't have to be called Simon to race a Caterham, but it clearly helps. David Poulter in 18th position, Merton Wood is 19th, and of course we've lost Michael Seagal into retirement. Leaders head through towards the chicane once again to complete their 13th lap. Ben Wheatley side by side with Groom. Alaric Barney pulls out. He's going to have a look down the inside of both of them. He's going to be later on the brakes. Here comes Barney. Can he get the car stopped in time? Yes, he can. Great move by Alaric Barney. Now he's going to try and pull away. Here comes the 53 of Ben Wheatley on the inside. Looking to continue his winning ways, trying to retake the lead of the championship from Richard Groom. There's only 1 point between the two. Fourth place is Paul Armitage. There's Derry trying to catch up. Is he catching up? No, still 3.5 seconds behind. Ben Wheatley up the inside. These two swapping places on virtually every corner. Richard Groom and the 53 of Ben Wheatley. Wheatley now going for Alaric Barney for the lead. They head out towards Noble. There's yellow flags at Noble, so no overtaking there. Someone has come to grief. And in fact, the red flag is coming out. The red flag is out. I can see on the timing screen. Anyway, yeah, the red flag's coming out from the marshal's post now. The race is being stopped with 4.5 minutes remaining. So someone has come to grief somewhere. We saw yellow flags at Noble. So somebody has come to grief there. So the race being stopped, 4 minutes 35 seconds on the clock. We'll wait to see if that will be a declared result. Oh, it's Russell Gunter. The 163 car has crashed out. Good to see Russell is getting out of the PT Motorsport car. He's okay. Good state of the car. The nose cone smashed off, the radiator broken, the exhaust damaged, the wings missing. That's gone off. We saw one of the BMW Minis go off in the same place yesterday. I imagine it's the same sort of incident. Let's have a look. The 163 car, there he goes. Yep, straight off at Noble. Tyre wall approaching fast. Wallop straight in. That's a big impact. Nasty accident there for Russell Gunter, but the little Caterham Sigma 135, a strong car. And thankfully, Russell Gunter able to walk away. The circuit doctor will be down there just to give him a check-up. The Berkshire driver. Great shame after Thomas Gunter had taken that car to a podium yesterday. Now we're going to wait to see. The cars have headed back into the pit lane. So I would imagine that's going to be end of race. Now what's that going to do to the result? Yeah, checkered flag has now appeared on the timing screen, so the result will be taken back to the end of lap 12, and that's going to give the win, provisionally, to Ben Wheatley. So Ben Wheatley ahead of Alaric Barney. Bad luck to him because he was leading when the red flag went out, and Paul Armitage third, with the penalty for Richard Groom dropping him to 6th. Let's head down to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Fermé, see what he can find out for us.
Yeah, welcome down to Parc Fermé, everybody. We never want to end a race under a red flag, but up to that point the racing was absolutely magnificent, and I've got a very happy Alaric Barney here. Very happy indeed, aren't we?
It's a long time coming, that one. But yeah, the epitome of Caterham racing is just nose to tail, swip, swap, swap, swip. It's fantastic.
Well, before the race, I was chatting with Ian Payne actually about slipstreaming and how you can be 5th going into the last lap and still get the job done. It's just constant chopping and changing. There's no time to breathe for you guys, is there?
Not at all. You've got to have eyes in the back of your head, side of your head, in bottoms of your feet. You know, everywhere. They'll come at you from everywhere. And,
what does it mean to get the win though for you?
I was very grateful to see that red flag in that position I was in. So awesome. It's been a long time, and I've been creeping my way up, and hopefully I'm here to stay.
Definitely, that's all right, here to stay. That's right. Congratulations, by the way, to Richard Groom. Ben as well. We caught up with Ben yesterday. Another P2 for you, Ben. But you know, it was a good race, wasn't it? Red flag though coming out, just didn't give you a chance to go for it at the end.
I know. Well, look, Alec drove a great race. So did Richard. It was really close, actually, really tight, and it was very fair. But for me, as I explained yesterday, it's about finishing ahead of Richard, so we've done that today, which is exactly what we needed to do, so really good.
Pretty good weekend. You happy with it?
Yeah, really happy. All good.
Double podium.
Right,
Fantastic.
thanks,
Well done,
cheers.
Ben. Congratulations. Let's just move around a little bit, shall we? See if we can grab a word with a couple of the other drivers. I think we might have a little bit of time. As you can see, the MG's over there, but I imagine there's a bit of work to do on the track as well. We've got Tom as well, one of the best names in motorsport, Tom Power, of course. Tom, how was it out there today?
I was really struggling here and I thought I'd fix my problems from yesterday, but not quite. Loads of understeer, couldn't stay with people. But great fun nonetheless.
Got a bit of time now to go away maybe and sort the car, yeah?
Yeah, hopefully we can get someone to fix the issues. I'm an independent in this series and lots of people have team support and I've been found out today.
Well, if you ever need somebody to come around and make the teas, I could probably do that for you. That's a no. That's a no. That is, I can't even make teas for you, Tom.
Bring me a pint when I've finished fixing it.
Okay, I can do that. I'll bring you a pint. There we go. Thanks, Tom. They're great to see you next time. Doesn't even trust me to do the teas, does he? Let's just move. Let's jump over here very quickly. How's that out there?
Well, a lot of fun. I spun off twice, but managed to recover the places.
Well, at least you're putting on a show for us then.
Exactly. Yeah, keeps people entertained. Doesn't necessarily help my wallet, but you know.
Well, I mean, let's talk about the conditions. Yesterday it was a bit slippy.
Yeah.
Completely dry out there now?
Can't make any complaints about the track. No, it's only down to me.
Only down to you. Thanks for talking to us. I really do appreciate it. Let's just move on a little bit further down, shall we? We've got a couple of drivers over here. Let's just have a quick chat. We've got Lydia. I actually wanted to speak to Lydia before the race, but I couldn't find her. Sorry, no, Lydia, I'm coming to talk to you, actually. I wanted to talk to you before the race, actually, but right. You were quite late coming into it, so I'm really sorry about that. How was it out there?
I was having a nervous breakdown before the race. So,
Why?
Because I couldn't get my tow vehicle started, so I stuck at home and managed to get another vehicle out and get here. Then I got stuck in a queue to try and get in with all the spectators, so I was like, but no, I enjoyed it, really enjoyed it today. Yeah. Had a good old battle with Tom, and then I opened a gap on him round Goodwood, and once I got a gap I was having a little fight with these two, and then we had the red flag, so a shame, because I think another 3 laps we'd have...
Well, you just never know with the slipstreaming here. We've spoken about it an awful lot, but of course the track is so fast, so it's perhaps more important here than other tracks, but it's important everywhere.
It is, and I found I just keep it flat all the way round as much as possible, and literally don't lift, because you've got to on Goodwood, but everything else you're dead flat, and then you just brake for that chicane and for that one.
Do you know what, Lydia? You're a proper racer. Don't lift, just keep it flat.
I just need to improve my racecraft, and that's the thing that's lacking with me. I can get good quality, and then I drift back, because in the first part of the race is usually when I lose out a bit.
Right.
And then I'll fight my way back and pass people, and I'm slowly clawing way back, but if I'm going to finish further up, I've got to be a bit braver with the racecraft.
Well, at least you know what you've got to do. That's the important thing, isn't it? Lydia, thank you so much for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Still a lot of action coming up, of course, throughout the course of the day here at Thruxton. Very windy, lots of clouds around, but the sun is out at the minute. I think there might even be a little bit of forecast of rain this afternoon. That could certainly spice things up. Coming up next, though, is the MG Owners Club. They are just there, literally the other side. So one of the reasons why we like Thruxton so much when we do the live stream is because we've got the media centre just off to the right here. This is Parc Fermé. Assembly's there. It saves our feet. We don't have to do too much walking. Right, I can hear the MG cars just firing up now, so I'm going to hand over to Dave to take you through that.
Well, thanks very much to Ian down there in Parc Fermé. You can see repairs just being completed to the tyre wall after Russell Gunter's incident there. Thankfully, Russell is okay. Just looking at the provisional results of that one, we just waiting for full confirmation, but provisionally Ben Wheatley has taken the win, because the result was taken back on the timing screens at the conclusion of lap 12. So Ben Wheatley will be your winner ahead of Alaric Barney and Paul Armitage. We'll confirm that officially as soon as we get it. Fourth was Giles Derry ahead of Andrew Sagar. Richard Groom, that jump start penalty, dropping into 6th. Then Chris Griffith, Kevin Turner, Lydia Gould, who we just heard from, and Tom Power rounding up the top 10. Then it was the 79, which is Mark Barrett ahead of Simon Martin. 69 was next, that's Paul Vokes. Russell Gunter showing in 14th, but he won't be classified because he was the cause of the stoppage. Behind them was Simon Smith, Simon White, Simon Nicholas, David Poulter, and Merton Wood was the final finisher, because of course we lost Michael Segal into the paddock. Next up, it is the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, and there's a big field of them here today. We've got some 25 cars set to take the grid for this one. MGs of all shapes, sizes and ages. Different classes for this one. The quickest cars at the front will be Class Z for MG ZRs. We've also got Class F for, as you would work out, MGFs. There's only a couple of them here today. There's an invitation class with a pair of runners in there in MG ZRs that are otherwise not registered for the championship. Class B, we've got one entry there. That's for some of the older cars. We've got Anthony Bates in his MG Maestro out there today. And Class A for Abingdon, the Abingdon built cars. That means MGBs and MG Midgets. That's all going to be on track very soon. We'll take you through the grid. Just the repairs to the tyre wall being completed at the moment. Before we get our MG racers onto track, they had their qualifying session this morning, and it is a slightly mixed up grid, it has to be said. It's going to be interesting to say the least in this one. We'll bring you the grid fairly shortly when we get the all clear for the cars to come out onto track. Thanks again for all your comments coming in on our stream. Chilled Maccas says Orange Army on point as always. Yes, indeed. Thank you to the volunteer marshals down there. Before we bring on the cars for our Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, let's see who Ian's been able to find down in the paddock.
Yeah, everybody, welcome back to the assembly area. Almost time for the first race of the weekend for the MG Owners Club. Because they weren't here yesterday, qualifying finished a little bit earlier this morning. Now it's almost time for race one. We've got to go have a chat with this man here, Mr. Anthony Bates, because we're a little bit in love with this car, I've got to say. What's it like to drive?
It's incredible. I mean, for me, I bought the car this is my third season. From day one, it was just an incredible car to drive. Underpad versus some of the others here. But the handling on it's brilliant, and it's been a 1980s retro fun, so yeah, I love it.
So it's your first season, how's it been going so far?
So yeah, I raced the last 2 seasons. I won the Class B Championship both years. I had an engine rebuild over the winter, it's taken a lot longer, so I've missed the first couple of rounds.
Yeah.
Picked the car up yesterday, had a quick session on a rolling road, qualifying in the wet this morning. I'm out of place slightly, I'm ahead of a lot faster cars, so I'm expecting to get swamped in the first lap, but it's good fun.
It is going to be. Let's talk about conditions. As you said, yeah, it's hard to believe now because the sun is beating down. It's absolutely so dry out there, but it was wet, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the forecast was going to be wet, which, to be fair, 2 years ago I raced here in the wet and finished 7th, so I quite enjoy the wet. But I went out this morning, having not driven this for 9 months, with a new setup, and I was a little bit trepidatious and was pleased with the result. So, but it's dry now. Fingers crossed, it stays dry, and we'll be in for some good racing.
Good man, thanks for talking to us, Anthony. Best of luck as well. Let's move down a little bit further on, shall we? I just wanted to see if we can catch up with a couple more of the drivers before handing over. Let's jump in here to the Tiger. It's the Tiger. How you doing? You all right?
I'm all right, thanks. All good.
It's good to see you again. How are we feeling ahead of this one? Because it's slightly different to qualifying conditions.
Yeah, it is, and I didn't do very well in qualifying. I got stuck in a bit of traffic, so I'm a bit out of place. So I've got a lot of work to do to get back up on Martin.
So we're going to see you go forward quite a bit then, yeah?
That is the plan. Of course, the best laid plans always come to an end at the first corner, but we'll do our best.
You'll be fine, don't worry. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck out there. Just a quick reminder to everybody as well. Yesterday we ran a little competition. We got some British truck racing merchandise to give away. It's a bucket hat, a flag. You get a key ring, you get a stickers, you get all sorts of stuff. All you've got to do if you want to be in with a chance of winning that, we're doing the prize draw at lunchtime today with Pointy from the trucks. That's going to be at lunchtime. All you've got to do if you're watching this right now, just comment in the live chat saying I love BTRC and hit subscribe, and Pointy's going to pick a winner at complete random at lunchtime. So if you want to get involved, that's completely free to enter. Like I said, just comment I love BTRC in the live chat right now. Hit subscribe at BARC TV or the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube page as well. Right, almost time to get underway for the MG Owners Club race 1 of the weekend here at Thruxton. Dave, over to you.
Cars coming up to the grid then for our Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship race number 1. So let's quickly take you through the grid. Scott Bugner is on pole position with his ZR alongside one of our invitation class runners, Jonathan Candler. Second row, Andrew Preece and Meninda Golhar in their ZRs. Row 3, the reigning champion Steve McDermott alongside Mark Baker, number 53, the first of the MGFs. Row 4 is the first of our Class A cars. Lewis Saunders well up in the 1-2-1 alongside James Wade, number 22. Row 5, Phil Walker's ZR and Anthony Bate, we just heard from him in the Maestro. Row 6 of the grid, 82 Jimmy Work in his ZR alongside Andy Heitman in number 60. Row 7 is number 76 Darren Leonard in his ZS Saloon running in the Z class alongside 42 Simon Kendrick in his MGF. Row 8 Will Sharp's Midgets and number 50 Gary Puxton, another MG Midgets. Row 9 27 Ray Ferguson in the invitation class with his ZR alongside David Amplit's MGB Roadster. 10th row Malcolm Hill in his MGB GT alongside number 11 Chris Millard. 34 Tim Rides, also in the classic class with his BGT alongside 97 of Ray Lovell. The penultimate row is 172 of Robert Fisher with his MGB alongside 59 Ashley Barnes' MG Midgets, and completing the grid Mark Rihorski in car number 86 with a BGT. The biggest grid we've seen from this championship for some time. Great to see so many classic cars out there, the MGBs and Midgets towards the back of the field. Good to see a few MG Midgets in there. See them lining up at the back, but it is number 25 Scott Bugner's yellow ZR on pole. He and Steve McDermott have divided up the overall race wins between them so far this year. McDermott struggled a bit in qualifying, back on row 3, the orange and black number 1 car. It's invitation class runner 184 John Candler who lines up on the front row. Watch out for the 121 Lewis Saunders with his MGB GT. That looks to me like Jim Bainham's car that he's driving today, the legendary Jim Bainham who runs this championship. Fantastic to see his MGB back out. Lewis Saunders, he's only a young gun from Oxford, the former junior saloon car champion, a very quick driver indeed. He's right up there among the more modern cars. Class F for the MGFs, there's 2 of them out there. Mark Baker, the blue car with the white stripes, will set the pace for them. Green flag waves at the back of the grid. This will be a 15-minute race, a 20-minute race, I should say, for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. The red lights are on. They go out now, and here we go. What a fine grid of MGs out there. Not the best of starts from Meninda Golhar there from the outside of the second row. The red ZR drops back a little. They're all away cleanly up towards Allard for the first time. It's Scott Bugner. Used to race Fords. He's had a Fiesta and a Focus, among others, in his time. Leads the way in the early stages, taking the fight to Steve McDermott for the title this year. McDermott's made a good start. He's already up into 3rd place behind Jonathan Candler. Now, he's an invitation class runner, so he won't count for points. The ZS Saloon a bit slow through there in the hands of Darren Leonard, number 76. There's the Maestro of Anthony Bates, one of the ZRs running wide there alongside Lewis Saunders. Will Sharp in the 66, the MG Midget, side by side with 14 David Amplit, the reigning Class A champion. Great to see the cars of different ages mixing with each other much more than they usually do. We normally see the more modern cars out in front, but the conditions in qualifying mean things were a little bit more mixed up. 22 there, James Wade, not of darts fame, chasing the 42 Simon Kendrick in the Tiger liveried car. It is the 25 of Scott Bugner who leads it, from Candler in 2nd place, McDermott 3rd, Meninda Golhar in 4th place. The Golhar family have been racing in this championship for many years, going back to when it was full grids of MG Maestros back in the 1990s. Here they come into the chicane for the first time. 5th behind this little group is another ZR. That's an 82 Jimmy Work. He's made a good start. Side by side, Mark Baker, the leading Class F car, gets past Andy Heitman in his ZR. Simon Kendrick in the Tiger goes around the outside. Heitman slow off the chicane there. James Wade gets through as well. There's the Maestro of number 70, Anthony Bate. Yep, there's still a few MG Maestros about, and Montegos. Incidentally, I spotted, well, it was an Austin Maestro, not an MG, on the road only yesterday. Class A is led by Lewis Saunders, ahead of Will Sharp in his Midgets, a former Porsche racer, among other things. So the race settling in then with Bugner in the lead. One car into the pits at the back already, Ashley Barnes in his Midget. There's been some contact there. Look at the front of Darren Leonard's car. He's hit somebody coming off the line, I think. The ZS Saloon. Saw a few ZS saloons in the British Touring Car Championship in the early 2000s. Likes of Warren Hughes and Anthony Reid, and somebody called Colin Turkington made his debut in one of those. Bates, the only Class B entry. I wondered why Darren Lender was a bit slow away at the start. He's gone into the back of somebody, we didn't see who. He's got Jimmy Work, number 82 on his tail. There's a cloud of smoke there. Somebody's gone off. It's Simon Kendrick. That is not the place where you want to have a spin, the speed they do down there. One of the pace setters this season in the MGF class, along with Stuart Plotnick, who's not here this weekend. Up the outside comes Steve McDermott, the reigning champion. Can he get round the outside of Jonathan Candler for second place? No, he can't. Candler, that very smart black ZR, holds that second. Melinda Golhar in fourth place. The four ZRs line astern across the stripe. Number 87 of Andrew Preece is down to fifth, started on the second row of the grid. Sixth is Mark Baker. James Wade is up to seventh. So in the drier conditions, it's a bit damp in qualifying this morning. The more modern cars starting to rise their way through. Anthony Bates still leads Class B. Lewis Saunders in Class A in the Jim Bainham MGB. It's believed that MGB has completed more racing miles than any other MGB in the world, as Melinda Golhar does a bit of rally crossing there coming out of Seagrave. Andy Preece next in the order ahead of Mark Baker, then it's James Wade, Andy Heitman, Anthony Bates and the rest of them. There's the 87, that's Andy Preece, not Jimmy Work as I said earlier, got the 82 and the 87 mixed up, my apologies. There's Mark Baker in the 53, now clear in the MGF category with that spin for Simon Kendrick earlier on. He's down to 15th place. Behind him is the 22 of James Wade. And here's Lewis Saunders. He's being caught now by Will Sharp in the midgets. Lewis Saunders in Jim Bainham's MGB, won the Junior Saloon Car Championship in a Citroen Saxo a few years ago. Began his career on the short oval at Standlake in Oxfordshire in a Mini in his junior racing days, before moving up into the world of historic racing this season for the first time. He is a very quick young racer indeed, but he could lose out here to the experienced Will Sharp. Nearly contact between the two classics. Over the curb goes the 121. And away goes Will Sharp into the class lead. And that's up there in 11th overall. So we normally see the Class A cars having their own race at the back of the field, but they're mixing it more today with the more modern cars here at Thruxton. Darren Leonard being caught by Anthony Bates. And Lewis Saunders has switched the headlights on to try and intimidate Will Sharp in this battle for Class A honours. Here they come into the complex. Third in Class A, looking further back, quite a way back, is David Amflett, number 14. Here's the overall leader, Scott Bugner. I said earlier, he and Steve McDermott have divided up the overall wins between them so far this year, but Jonathan Candler, in as the interloper in the invitation class this weekend, is going for the lead on the inside. He's going through, takes the lead into Church Corner. Great move by Jonathan Candler. As an invitation class runner, he won't be able to score points in this race, of course. Here's some of the classic runners further back. Number 97, that is Ray Lovell, with his MGB GT ahead of one of the midgets. And Scott Bugner back up the inside wall. I thought he was going to lose it there going into the chicane. He was very late on the brakes. He's taken the lead, back again from Jonathan Candler. He's a very tough racer, is Scott Bugner. So here comes Steve McDermott. He's going to attack for second now up the inside in the ZR 170s. Tries to go for second place, doesn't quite make it. Melinda Golhar's dropped back a couple of seconds into fourth. Andy Preece trying to catch him in the number 87. Then we've got Mark Baker, the leading MGF, and a big lock up for Bugner. He's going to lose it. Oh, what a save. That was rallycross style there from Scott Bugner. Johan Kristoffersson would be proud of that. Meanwhile, Lewis Saunders, using all the curb coming through Allard, he takes the lead of Class A from Will Sharp. Be careful, that's a very prestigious car you're driving there, Lewis. There's Jimmy Work in behind them. Ray Ferguson with the other yellow ZR loses out to the recovering Simon Kendrick. It's a fantastic race so far from the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club. Will Sharp's coming back again. Lewis Saunders, I think, has a lot of potential as a historic racer. Seen him racing BMW Minis in recent times as well. Showed his talents in the junior saloon cars. Will Sharp has raced classic MGs for a number of years. We've seen him in a more modern ZR last year as well, while his MG Midget was out of action. He's been successful in Porsches as well, along with his brother Henry. Here come the leaders. A bit of change for the lead on the outside. Steve McDermott, Scott Buckner fights back. They could go 3 wide here into the chicane. And McDermott caught out on the outside line. He drops back to third. Scott Buckner somehow still has the lead. He's driving the wheels off that ZR. Jonathan Candler up there in second place. Well, these two of Buckner and McDermott have been battling all season long. And Jonathan Candler obviously liked what he saw, and he's decided to join them as well. They're clear of Meninda Golar in fourth place. Up to the complex, another big lock-up from Scott Buckner. He's pushing too hard here to try and stay ahead, I think. The crowd loved that sideways moments earlier on. Didn't know he could drift an MG ZR. Simon Kendrick's got ahead of Ray Ferguson. There's Phil Walker, number 83. The bit of bodywork on the side there hanging off as Jimmy Work in the 82 works his way through. That's just the side valance hanging loose there. If that gets any worse, he might get the black and orange flag. Phil Walker, the car in the silver and green colours used by the Works MG team of the early 2000s in British touring cars, and at Le Mans with the MG Lolas. Remember those? Up the inside, Jonathan Candler out of Village towards Church. He's gone through, retakes the lead. Buckner down to second. What's going to happen into the chicane this time? The way these three are racing each other, something's got to give, surely. There's still nearly 11 minutes of this race to go. Candler moves to cover. McDermott to the outside. Buckner trying to push his way down the inside. Look at this, 3 wide into the chicane. Is Buckner going to get the car stopped? Side by side with Candler. He won't quite get through. Candler throws the car across the front of him. Oh, brilliant. Buckner up over the curves. Oh my goodness, this is like British touring cars. McDermott up the inside. This is fantastic. And now, McDermott leans on Candler. I said there'd be a bit of needle creeping into this. Jonathan Candler won't be happy there. He may not be eligible for points, but he's determined to fight for an overall win. That's allowed Buckner to escape slightly. They're coming up to lap one of the MGBs as well, I notice. And Candler gives Steve McDermott a tap back again. Just needs to keep their heads cool here. We don't want things to boil over. Coming up on which of the MGBs is that they're about to lap? It's the 34 of Tim Rides, I think. We've lost a couple of cars into the pits. Mark Rehorski, the Canadian, has pulled his MGB into the pits as well. Of course, we lost Ashley Barnes' MG Midget early on. Well, Scott Buckner's getting away because Steve McDermott is now having his own battle with Jonathan Candler. McDermott has got through into second place with that rather robust move at the start of the lap. There is Ray Ferguson. Nice way to advertise his building business. Brickwork livery on his MG. There's Phil Walker behind him, dragging that sill alongside. They're chasing Jimmy Work and Simon Kendrick, who's recovered after his spin. He's in 13th place. Looking at the other classes, Mark Baker still leads Class F in 8th overall. Class B is led by Anthony Bate in the Maestro, and Class A still by Lewis Saunders in the MGB, the Jim Bainham car. Here comes Jimmy Work, the black and gold ZR, moves through at Church Corner past Simon Kendrick in the Tiger liveried MGF. Where's Anthony Bate in the Maestro? There was a time when the MG Owners Club had full grids of Maestros and Montegos. I remember Jim Edwards Jr., who we saw in the Brick Car Trophy at Silverstone. Used to be very successful in them. Father of Jade Edwards, the British touring car driver. MGB moves offline. Scott Buckner gets through. This could be John Candler's opportunity to retake second. That was the 172 of Robert Fisher being lapped. Still these 3 ZRs at its hammer and tongs at the front of the field. Here comes Candler. Dermot moves to cover, the reigning champion. Ray Lovell about to be lapped in his MGB as well. Still 8 minutes of this frantic battle to go. Ray Lovell just about sees the leaders in time there at Church Corner. They monster their way past him, the much quicker ZRs. Fastest lap incidentally is with Jonathan Candler, 1:33.188. Jimmy Work under fire from Ray Ferguson, the 27. If memory serves me correctly, he started racing in the Castle Coupe Saloon Car Championship at the Wiltshire Circuit. Behind them is Philip Walker in the 83. This is the battle for 13th and 14th places. Magnificent battles everywhere you look. This has been one of the best races so far this season for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Ray Ferguson under fire again from Jimmy Work in the 82. See the novice cross on his car, his first season in the series. Up Woodham Hill they come. Phil Walker's going to try and get through as well. He's had a few podiums overall in the championship in the past, and usually see him as far back as 16th place. Shows the quality of the field we've got here today, really. Oh, Jonathan Candler's gone around. That's at the complex. Oh, what a disappointment. He was on for an overall podium. Now, can he get going again? No, he's out. Climbs out of the car. Now, with that car on the edge of the circuits, that could mean a safety car. We'll try and get a replay of what's happened there. Jonathan Candler walks away in frustration. We don't know what has happened there, whether he spun it or whether there was contact. He was battling with Steve McDermott. That's going to allow Ray Ferguson into the lead of the invitation class. There he is, the yellow car. And now it's a familiar sight at the front of the field, the two championship protagonists. Steve McDermott free to attack Scott Bugner for the lead. We've seen these two have this rivalry at the front of every race so far this season. Through the chicane. Here comes the number one of Steve McDermott. Over the line they go. Through Allard and Green, they're well clear of their opposition. It's Andy Priest now third overall, ahead of Meninda Golhar. There's the car of 184, Jonathan Candler, and running a bit wide there, Steve McDermott. Jonathan Candler just watching his opposition there that he was battling with a lap ago. He doesn't look too happy there, so I wonder if there's been some contact. There's Mark Baker. He'll be up to 6th overall, leads the MGF category. James Wade's come through nicely as well. He's in 5th overall. He started back in the 4th row of the grid. Andy Heitman, number 60, likewise. He started on row 6. He's up there in 7th overall. Ahead of Darren Leonard in his battered and bruised ZS Saloon. Anthony Bates is 9th, and Lewis Saunders still leads Class A in 10th overall. 4.5 minutes to go, coming towards the closing stage now. The Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship race 1 of the day. There'll be another race for them later on this afternoon. There's Darren Leonard in the saloon, attacking Andy Heitman. He's lapping a couple of MGBs as well. The blue flags waving from the marshals to warn the slower markers they are being lapped, just to leave room for the quicker runners. The 172 there, that's Robert Fisher. The 34, the MGB GT, the fastback car. Tim Rides, the orange car. Darren Leonard gets through. If I remember rightly, it was the Golhar family who had a diesel-powered MG ZS at one point in the series. Harjinder Bambra raced it as well. Bit of damage on the front of Ray Lovell's car as well. He's had a bit of contact somewhere. There was a bit of a concertina off the grid, I think. So Bugner leads by just under 1.5 seconds from Steve McDermott at the front of the field. Andy Heitman, number 60, his 2nd season in the championship, chasing down Mark Baker, who's all set to win the MGF category. His only rival Simon Kendrick dropping back after a spin earlier on. Jonathan Candler in the colours, I noticed there, of the Army Motorsport Association. Maybe competes in the Armed Forces Racing Challenge. The Army, Navy, Air Force take each other on. Into the chicane comes Scott Bugner, lapping another of the MGBs there. I think that was Malcolm Hill who's just gone a lap down. Lewis Saunders again taking on the more modern cars. He gets past the Maestro of Anthony Bates. They're both leading their classes. With pace like this, Lewis Saunders, I reckon, could develop into a very capable historic racer. Takes a special knack to drive in historic racing. Just clipping the curb there at Church, that could allow Anthony Bates to go back ahead in the Maestro. Of course, last season we saw Alan Forster appear in his Montego estate. Yes, really, he raced at Snetterton last season. Bate back ahead as they go into the chicane. A much maligned car, the MG Maestro. British Leyland built machine, but it's proving capable here in the hands of Anthony Bates. There's a black and white flag going out to somebody there, the number 121, that's Lewis Saunders. So he's got the black and white driving standards flag. I suspect that's for exceeding track limits once too often. Have to be careful here. If he does it again, he'll get a penalty. Anthony Bate runs wide at Campbell. The Maestro holds off the MGB. Scott Bugner has increased his lead to 1.8 seconds. Here he comes. 1 minute 20 left on the clock, so it will be last lap this time for the number 25, Scott Bugner from St Ives in Cambridgeshire. Former Ford saloon car racer. Here comes Saunders again. He's determined to beat Anthony Bate home. He doesn't need to pass him, they're in different classes, but you try telling that, as we said yesterday, to a racing driver in the heat of battle. Saunders absolutely flying. He's pulled away from Will Sharp. He's about 2.5 seconds clear of the MG midget. Third in Class A, it is still the number 11, which is Chris Millard. They're well back though, the other Class A runners. Scott Bugner out of the complex for the final time. The car always seems to bounce around a lot on its suspension, I've noticed. We saw that at Brands Hatch earlier this year, and I thought one of the rear wheels was out of camera, but it's just how Scott likes to drive. He's clear of McDermott. In fact, he increased his lead by nearly a second on that last lap. Coming up towards Noble. Still Andy Priest in third, which would be his best results in the series so far. Now there's the fight for third in Class A, about to be lapped. David Amphlett and Chris Millard. We've seen them have many battles, those two, over the years. Clock has counted down to 0, so the checkered flag will be ready for Scott Bugner. Continuing his quest to take certainly the Class Z Championship this year from Steve McDermott, and possibly the overall title as well. There's a few rounds to go yet. Here he comes into the chicane for the last time. Just needs to take it easy with those back markers ahead of him. Past the MGBs towards the checkered flag. Scott Bugner wins race 1 for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Steve McDermott in second. You have to feel for Jonathan Candler there, who was right in the thick of that lead battle until spun out at the complex. And they're way ahead of everybody else. We await our third place man. Here comes Andy Priest for what I believe is his first ever podium. Well done to him. Maninder Golhar comes over in fourth. We didn't see much of him late on. Fifth, it'll be James Wade, and here's the fight for sixth. Andy Heitman's got his ZR ahead of Mark Baker in the 53. Through the chicane they go. Andy Heitman will take 6th place, Mark Baker 7th, and will win Class F for the MGFs after his only rival Simon Kendrick had a spin early on. Darren Leonard will take 8th in his slightly battered ZS Saloon, and still these two are at it. Anthony Bates does beat Lewis Saunders home, and they both win their classes B and A. There's the second in Class A, the little midget of Will Sharp. He comes home ahead of Jimmy Work, then Simon Kendrick, Phil Walker, and then a gap back to, it should be Ray Ferguson next term. There's the 27, he wins the invitation class. And then the rest of the field pretty much a lap down. The only other cars still on the lead lap are Chris Millard and David Amphlett. Lapped cars coming through: Ray Lovell there, Malcolm Hill, Robert Fisher, Tim Rides. Now here's the two we just mentioned. Is Chris Millard going to hang on ahead of David Amphlett? It certainly looks like it's Amphlett over the curbs there at the chicane. Chris Millard will take third in Class A. What a cracking race from the MG Owners Club, sponsored by Lancaster Insurance. Poor old Jonathan Candler. We didn't see what happened there, but I assume he was spun out. Whether there was some contact, we saw him looking rather disapproving there, Jonathan Candler. Provisional result then, Scott Buckner the winner by just under 1.8 seconds ahead of Steve McDermott. Another of their great battles at the front, and further back some 20 seconds in arrears was Andrew Preece, his best ever finish in third. Meninda Golhar took fourth place ahead of James Wade, Andy Heitman completing a ZR top 6. Mark Baker 7th, won Class F, then Darren Leonard in the ZS. Anthony Bate 9th, won Class B. Lewis Saunders just behind him in 10th overall, wins Class A. Will Sharp just behind him, and Jimmy Work, Simon Kendrick, Phil Walker, Ray Ferguson in 15th, winning the Invitational class. There was Millard, Amphlett, Hill, Lovell, Fisher and Rides completing the 21 cars that went the distance. We lost the number 50 into the pits, that's Gary Puxty. Jonathan Candler we saw spun out of the lead battle, and we also lost Mark Rihorski and Ashley Barnes into the pits. What a superb race, certainly the best race we've seen this season from the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Let's see what the drivers thought. Ian Waterhouse is in Parc Fermé.
Black one. Yeah, welcome down to Parc Fermé, everybody. What a great race that is by Scott. Look at it, he's absolutely delighted. Look at this. Let's let him get out of the car first, have a breather. Look at that, look at that. Oh, amazing stuff. Right, let's get your helmet off, because we're going to have a chat with you and find out what it feels like to get the big W here at Thruxton Race 1, of course, for the MG Owners Club. You can see what it means to get the win. It was a good race as well, pushed all the way, we must say, by Steve, but you just managed to hold that gap right to the end.
That was hard. That was hard. It's the first time here, so it's...
Is it really?
Yeah, I've never been here. Never even. I've walked the track last night. That was it.
What did you make of it then? Because we know it's super quick here, so it's a different challenge to other circuits.
Scary. Yeah, it's scary. It's one of them you've got to keep your foot in. If you don't keep your foot in, the car's really unbalanced. So it's good. We've got a win, so I'm happy. I'm happy.
That's it. Well, that's what I like to. Big smile. We've got Steve over here. Let's just see if we can grab a quick word with Steve McDermott. Steve, so I know.
He's given a couple of taps. He's in the middle.
It sounds like there might have been a few taps. Let's go have a quick word with Andrew whilst we'll let these guys go and find out. We've got a third place finisher over here as well. Let's grab a quick word with Andrew. Let's get your helmet off first. I know it's a bit of chatter going on over there. I think we might be a bit safer over here. How was it for you?
Oh man, I'm just in shock at the moment. I qualified this morning and looked at the timesheet and couldn't believe it. I've been third.
So it turns out you're a bit of a demon round Thruxton then.
Well, it's only my second time here, and I've only done a few laps around in a McGann with nothing else. Not even I haven't been around in this at all. So yeah, it's all a bit of a shock really. This is only my third meet as well. So
wow.
So yeah, I think I got a bit of a helping hand from Meninda. He decided to chuck it off around Goodwood, which kind of helped. But
no. If I was you, I'd be saying I had him in control anyway. So.
I frightened him off the circuit. That's what it was, wasn't it? Yeah. But, yeah.
Look, well done. Well, you need to go get a bigger trophy cabinet now because you've got to go collect yourself a bit of a pot. We do have Steve over there. I wonder if we can just jump in. We didn't get a chance to speak. Steve, we didn't get a chance to speak. Everything was getting a bit... How was it?
Oh, yeah, it was a bit heated out there, to be honest. It was a good close race all the way around.
Always is though, isn't it?
Yeah, it was just... I don't know. I've got my own opinions on it, but we had a good one. It's just I didn't get the chance to push him properly because we had someone in the middle of us, and he's in the invitation class, and I think personally he should have stepped aside and let us have our battle. But hey ho, we've got another race coming. We'll see what happens then.
Good luck. Thanks for that, Steve. Thanks for talking to us as well. Right, not too long to go, and as you can see, the pickup trucks are in assembly. They're about to head out on track, so I'm going to hand over to you, Dave.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. A pretty tough race there for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Clubs. They'll be back around 4:15 today. But now we go pickup truck racing. Now, if you've not seen the Pickup Truck Racing Championship before, you really have got a treat coming up around the Thruxton Circuit. 2 races before the lunch break. The pickups will be followed by the Mini Challenge Clubsport with AirTech Motorsport Series. BMW Minis take us into the lunch break before our grid walk for the British Truck Racing Championship. Pointy will be out and about picking up some interviews there. The pickups will head out very shortly then. I think they're being led out by the pace car now. They'll have a rolling start. Following the truck race this afternoon, we've got the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. Then we've got another Caterham race, Morphmy Caterham Graduates Championship Sigma 150 and Sigmax categories. Second race for the MG Owners Club, then more pickups, and then another truck race to close out the day. So, pickup truck racing. If you've not seen it before, as we said yesterday, it's not the kind of pickup truck you will see your local tradesperson driving around the streets in. As you can see, these are very speciality built, very highly tuned 2.3 or 2.5 litre engine pickup truck racers, very similar to the NASCAR truck style machines that race in America. Qualifying took place yesterday. The second half of the qualifying session set the grid for this race, but with the top 6 quickest qualifiers flipped around. So Aaron Thompson qualified fastest, but he starts 6th on the grid. It's Tom Hutchins, number 29, who will line up on pole for the second time this weekend, and once again it'll be Chris Brockhurst, number 89, alongside him. Mark Willis, one of the most experienced men on the grid on row 2, alongside Michael Smith in the 93. They both had some misfortune in yesterday's race. Championship leader coming into this weekend's event, I should say, starts on row 3 alongside number 41 Aaron Thompson. Row 4, number 68 Eric Bolton doing well to qualify 7th alongside number 84 Matthew Moore. Row 5, number 71 Simon Ward and reigning champion and yesterday's winner, number 40 Rhys Jones, completing the top 10. Row 6 is number 52 Daniel Fisher, racing in memory of his granddad Alan Fisher, who was a pioneering pickup racer who sadly passed away recently, so Daniel using his number 52. 72 Alan Cooper, who got a time penalty for some contact in yesterday's race, dropping into 10th place, starts alongside. Row 7, 37 Neil Tressler, good qualifying effort from him, once again had a spin on the first lap of yesterday's race, starts alongside number 30 Matt Simpson, the ex-British Touring Car race winner. Row 8, number 21 Dean Tompkins, alongside the 2 of Jamie Liptrot. 9th row, number 12 Paul Tompkins, father of Dean, alongside the number 5 of James Goldstraw. 10th row 30, which is Richard Ayling, and number 3 Jeff Simpson, father of Matt, and completing the grid number 25 Russell Smith. Pace car leading them up to the grid. I think they will do one more lap because they've just come out of the assembly area, so they'll stop on the grid and then have a further rolling lap. Yes, they're not in 2x2 formation at the moment. So the battlers for the lead of the championship rose through to the fore in yesterday's race. Dale Gents, number 83, in his Dale Earnhardt tribute livery, and the number 40 of Rhys Jones. Third in the points coming into this weekend was Alan Cooper, but he got that penalty in yesterday's race. That's the black and green number 72 truck. We used to see these trucks race on the 1.5 mile oval at Rockingham Motor Speedway in Northamptonshire. They race on the Mallory Mile in Leicestershire as well, the 1 mile flat oval. 29 Tom Hutchins judged his qualifying very well, I have to say. He was 6th fastest in both parts of qualifying, so he gets pole for both races. Alongside Chris Brockhurst, the ex-short oval hot rod racer, as a number of these drivers are. Michael Smith, 93, there on the second row. He had a spin in yesterday's race, 2-time former champion in pickups, ex-Formula 1 stock car racer among others. And 65 Mark Willis had some problems with his truck, finished a lap down yesterday. One of the most experienced men on this grid. He's got Dale Gent behind him. Then Aaron Thompson, number 41, who led the first part of race 1 yesterday, finished in a fine 3rd place, the ex-Renault Clio racer. Matt Moore well up on the grid, the number 84, the yellow truck. I believe that's the ex-George Taricki truck he's driving, alongside Eric Bolton, number 68, who's raced in saloon cars in the past. That's the grey truck, just ahead of 71 Simon Ward. Used to race a Vauxhall Astra GTE in classic touring cars. He's alongside Rhys Jones, the defending champion, in his bright pink pickup. I mentioned Dan Fisher racing in memory of Alan Fisher this weekend. Sadly dropped out on the first lap of yesterday's race, as did Matt Simpson, number 30, race winner at Brands Hatch earlier this year, the ex-British touring car race winner. Of course, quite a bit of sad news has hit the British Touring Car Championship recently. The passing of Steve Neal, father of former champion Matt Neal, the founder of Team Dynamics, and also the death of Jan O'Dore, the founder of Jan Speed, based not too far from Thruxton. They introduced Nissan to the British Touring Car Championship in the 90s, and of course Jan was the father of the late great Keith O'Dore. So condolences for the O'Dore and Neil families this time. Let's see what Dan Fisher can do here in the 52 in memory of pioneering pickup racer Alan Fisher when this series was first begun by Sonny Howard in the late 90s. SHP, his business, still prepare these pickups. Either 2.3 litre Vauxhall or 2.5 litre Ford engines under the bonnets. This is going to be a classic, super close battle. It'll be a 14-lap race as opposed to a timed race. Pickup's one of the only series that still does prescribe number of laps rather than time duration races. Looks like everybody is there. 29 Tom Hutchins, the blue and yellow truck on pole. Dale Gent could be a favourite here in the number 83, the black truck. Watch for Paul Tompkins coming through from towards the back as well, the number 12. Struggled in qualifying yesterday. Pace car pulls into pit lane, 14 laps of pickup truck racing action about to get underway. They're already on the throttles, the red lights go out now and away they go. They charge their way up towards Allard for the first time. Good start by Tom Hutchins, good start by, I was about to say good start by Mark Willis, but he's got it sideways there. That could hinder his progress, and that's of Dale Gent behind him. Paul Tompkins is already carving his way up the inside. Aaron Thompson round the outside of Mark Willis. It's Chris Brockhurst who's got the lead into the complex for the first time. Michael Smith's got away well. He's in third place, going for second. They've all just about made it through the complex okay for the first time. Brockhurst leads from Hutchins, Smith, Willis, Gent side by side with Aaron Thompson. A couple of trucks run wide at the back. Matthew Moore not making the best of starts there, the ex-Special Saloon racer in the number 84 car. There's somebody off onto the grass there, right out onto the grass on the infield. I think that might have been Dale Gent in the 83. He'll have to rejoin at the back if so. Chris Brockhurst got the lead in the 89. Alan Cooper running wide, so is Rhys Jones in the number 40 against Mark Willis there. Eric Bolton trying to come through in the 68s. So I think it was Dale Jents who had a moment there and has had to rejoin the back. I saw one truck right out into the infield, heading towards the runways here at Thruxton. Aaron Thompson on the left of your screen there trying to move up the inside. It's Brockhurst who leads, 3 wide behind him. Who's going to lead into the chicane for the first time? Aaron Thompson around the outside, Mark Willis up the inside. Brockhurst moves to cover. Willis dealing with Tom Hutchins in the 29. It's Thompson who's taken the lead around the outside line. Brockhurst into second. And look at Rhys Jones, where's he come from? He's made about half a dozen places at least as they cross the line for the first time. So Aaron Thompson has gained 5 places already. He was fastest in qualifying, but had to start 6th with the top 6 being flipped around. Looking further down the order, it was Dale Jents who went off. He's down at the back of the field. And running wide, they're both the leaders. Dan Fisher's gone wide as well. Somehow Aaron Thompson has kept his lead ahead of Brockhurst, Hutchins, Rhys Jones into 4th from 10th on the grid. Eric Bolton's going well. And look at Matt Simpson. Where's he come from? He was towards the back of the grid. He retired from yesterday's race at the end of the first lap with some engine problems. Mark Willis, I think, is slowing again, so his truck's still playing up after yesterday. But Matt Simpson has flown through the field. I remember Matt racing in the junior mini stocks at Hensford Raceway in the 1990s in my youth. Attacking Eric Bolton there. Matt went on to race Legends cars, National Hot Rods, moving into pickups and then subsequently onto the British Touring Car Championship. He's got Michael Smith behind him there in the offshore fuels truck number 93, and Paul Tompkins is charging through as well. So the slightly out of kilter qualifying plus the top 6 reversal yesterday has really produced some great racing in the early laps here. Aaron Thompson has the lead. Eric Bolton, he's going well. In the 68, he's been tagged by Tom Hutchins. Good save, Eric Bolton. Here comes Paul Tompkins leading on Michael Smith. He's going to get squeezed in the middle there between Tompkins and Matt Simpson. Who's this coming up behind them? Alan Cooper in the 72 as well. Well, any one of these trucks could end up in the lead of this race. Thompson leads at the moment ahead of Brockhurst. Rhys Jones up to 3rd. He's done the fastest lap. Paul Tompkins gained 4 places on that last lap. There's a lock-up from somebody there. That's Tom Hutchins, and he spun it. Everybody else jinks wide to miss him. Well, they made contact with each other. Alan Cooper's been tagged by Dean Tompkins. He goes around. It's all come apart at the complex. That all started when Tom Hutchins spun. Everybody had to go off to miss him. and then Dean Tompkins, as they tried to rejoin, tagged Alan Cooper into a spin. Pause to draw breath. It's 41. Aaron Thompson leads, but look who's coming through. It's Rhys Jones, yesterday's winner. He's going to take the lead coming through Village. He does so. No stopping Rhys Jones, the man from Herne Bay in Kent. Began his racing career at Brands Hatch, his local circuit, with a Honda Civic. He takes up the lead ahead of Aaron Thompson, the ex-Brick Car Trophy racer, used to share a Renault Clio with his dad Steve. Chris Brockhurst, the ex-Hot Rod racer, still there in third. Here they come down into the chicane. That will have shaken the order up big time behind them. Here comes Eric Bolton. He's going through into third place. It's the best we've seen him run in the championship so far, since switching from racing Honda Civics and Ford Fiestas in saloon events. First four have broken away as a result of that schmozzle at the complex. Fifth place is Matt Simpson further back. There's the white truck. Paul Tompkins sixth, and it's Jamie Limtrot in number 2 in 7th place. 8th is Dean Tompkins, Dan Fisher 9th, Michael Smith rounding out the top 10. Further back in the order, Jeff Simpson has got a 10-second penalty. I believe that was with an infringement at the start. Bouncing over the curb there, Michael Smith. There's Dale Gent, he's recovered to 11th. There's Jeff Simpson, the number 3 in the ex-Roger Dormer truck. He'll have a 10-second penalty. He's got the recovering Tom Hutchins behind him. And then Simon Ward in the 71, the Barwell Trailers truck. Through Noble, out onto the back of the circuit once again. Everybody's still going, despite that little tangle at the complex. The big winner in all of that was Jamie Limtrot. He gained 4 places. Dale Jent's raced his way back up into 11th for climbing. He was leading the points by about 100 points coming into this weekend, ahead of Rhys Jones, Alan Cooper and Michael Smith. Jones, the form he's showing this weekend, of course another race to go later on, could take the lead of the championship. Thompson battling with Eric Bolton for second. Eric Bolton is driving superbly in that number 68. He's ahead of Brockhurst now. There's Simpson and Tompkins closing on the leaders. Then Limtrot, Dean Tompkins, Smith, Fisher, Jents, Hutchins and Jeff Simpson. It's still Rhys Jones out front. Here comes Eric Bolton, attacking Aaron Thompson for second. Into the complex. Brockhurst has a look on the inside. They've got to be mindful though, as Brockhurst gets sideways there, that Matt Simpson is closing. Already read out his tremendous racing CV over the years. 1 win in his BTCC career, that was at Thruxton Park. In the Simpson Race Exhausts. And Simpson Recycling sponsored number 30 pickup. Matt's son Ben now forging a career in karting as well. Maybe we'll see him in a pickup truck someday. Down the far side of the circuit they go towards the ultra-fast Church corner. Eric Bolton thinking about a move on the inside on Aaron Thompson. Matt Simpson doing likewise on 89 of Chris Brockhurst. And here comes Paul Tompkins in the number 12. We've seen him take a number of race wins over the years. The A4 metal recycling truck is on the tail of this group for second now. 5 of them together. Tompkins, the former world banger racing champion, up the inside. 3 wide for second place in the chicane. Bolton gets squeezed out. Aaron Thompson's going to have to go over the curb through the marker tyres. He loses out on second place, and the big winner there was Matt Simpson. He's up to second. Bolton fights back as they come over the line. He's going to retake Aaron Thompson. Tompkins in there as well. And they're being caught by Dean Tompkins, and Aaron Thompson nearly lost it there. Put a wheel onto the grass. Jamie Limtrot is going to make this a 7-car group shortly as well. 7-truck group, I should say. Matt Simpson locks up. He runs wide at the complex. Dean Tompkins sideways as well. And Chris Brockhurst into a spin. Now, was there contact there with Jamie Limtrot? I'm not sure. Chris Brockhurst started on the front row. He rejoins. My goodness. And I think I saw a red flag there in the background. Yes, I think the red flag's coming out. What has happened? We're on lap 6 of the race. The red flag has come out. The race is being stopped. We don't know the reason as yet. Someone has come to agree. Oh my goodness. That is Jeff Simpson and Dan Fisher. That's a big impact. It looks to me as though Jeff Simpson, Dan Fisher spun, possibly, and Jeff Simpson has crashed into the back of him. Red flag out straight away. Let's hope those drivers are okay. That is a big shunt. I noticed as well that Simon Ward has dropped down the timing screen, so it looks like we've lost the number 71 somewhere as well. So the red flag is out on Pickup Truck Championship race number 2 of the weekend. We were on lap 6, so we were not yet at 50% distance. We may well see a restart. But a clear up first of all. 5 laps completed by Rhys Jones, your race leader, ahead of Matt Simpson, with Aaron Thompson in 3rd place. Under the red flag here at Thruxton Circuit, then in Pickup Truck Championship race number 2, an accident at Allard Corner featuring Dan Fisher and Jeff Simpson. We will update you on things as soon as we can. When we have information through from the scene. The officials and medics are with them. We hope both drivers are okay. We also lost, I noticed, number 84 of Matthew Moore. He's pulled into the pits. I can hear applause from the crowd in the background. That would suggest that at least one of the drivers is out of their truck. It certainly looks to me as though Dan Fisher may have spun and been collected by Jeff Simpson, looking at the position of the trucks and the damage to Jeff's truck there, number 3. So we'll await news on what's going to happen, whether the race will be restarted over a reduced distance. We've not yet reached halfway. We'd only completed 5 laps, so we'll wait and see what's going to happen here. We'll wait to see, but it looks as though both drivers appear to be okay. And now the orange family gets to work, sweeping up some oil fluids from one of those trucks. Looking at those tyre marks ahead of the oil slick there, I wonder if one of those trucks blew its engine, and that was the cause of it going off. We don't know which of those 2 trucks the tyre marks are from. It could be Dan Fisher. Thanks again to our volunteer marshals. We could not go racing without them. If you'd like to become a marshal, then have a look on the BARC website. See how you can join the Orange family, barc.net, British Automobile Racing Club, and also the British Motorsports Marshals Club, marshals.co.uk. It's not all about waving flags, as you can see. So the clean-up in progress on the start-finish line. So while this clean-up takes place, we'll take the chance to have, we're awaiting news on what's going to happen with our pickup race, but we'll take the chance to have a quick preview of our next race with Ian Waterhouse down in the assembly area.
Right, everybody, welcome down to assembly area. Obviously, a bit of work that's going to go on the track at the minute. Just hope everybody is okay. But of course, the next race coming up is the Mini Challenge Clubsport. So we thought we'd pop down to assembly, have a chat with some of the drivers. Look who it is. It's Freddie Hewitt. Freddie, come on, let's have a chat. Let's have a chat, mate. Right, yesterday. It's good to see you again, by the way. Last time I saw you, your car was a bit smaller than this, wasn't it? The KO
as well, wasn't it?
It was, but now we're in the minis. But yesterday didn't quite go to plan.
No, not quite gone to plan. We just caught up with another car, and then as soon as we got on the grass, it was just plain sailing into the barrier. Couldn't do anything about it. Tried everything on and off the brake pedal. So it's frustrating, but luckily my sister brought a bonnet from home, which happens to be her old car bonnet. So
I love this.
Yeah, so I'm sort of repping my sister a bit today, but hopefully we can get through the pack and get a good result.
I absolutely love that. What's the expectation in this one? Just see what it's like out there. Of course, different conditions to yesterday. It was up and down all over the place, wasn't it? Today, it's just dry.
Yeah, it's dry. Luckily, a couple of us came for a test in the dry, me included. So I'm pretty confident in the dry. Yeah, yesterday's rain was a bit off-putting, but we'll be all right. I think I'm quite confident going through cars, so I'd like to get a podium out of this one, really, top 3.
That's what I like, Freddie. It's good to see you again. By the way, you look so much more grown up than last time I saw you as well. I feel like his dad at times, really do. Let's move down a little bit, shall we, and walk around. We've got Sammy Bowler down here. Let's have a quick chat with her and find out how we get on. Hey, how are we doing? How are we feeling ahead of this one? Oh, of course I am. We're live. You can't not talk to me. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
All right, yeah, I feel fine, yeah.
Yesterday, happy?
Yeah, I learned the track yesterday, I know all the lefts and the rights are, so...
Tends to help, doesn't it?
Today should be a bit quicker, I would hope, yeah.
Well, it's dry today, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you prefer, were you quite happy with the tricky conditions yesterday?
I mean, I like a wet race, I like a dry race. The in-between is very difficult. Yesterday I put wets on the rear and dries on the front just so I could learn the track and come home safe, knowing that I can put in a safe lap time is what I did in quali. Yesterday I put full dries on for race 1, so we'll see what today brings.
So we're going to go for it today. That's all we're saying.
Send it today.
No excuses today. You know the track. You know your way around that. It's dry.
That's it, yeah.
Right, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. Sorry for just grabbing you like that, commentary. Let's move down a little bit as well, shall we? Just a quick reminder of the race yesterday. Ross Alexander taking the win. Of course, Zach Blackwell in second. It was Stephen Berry who finished in third in the 666 Mini. Let's keep going down. Just a quick reminder as well. Let me tell you about that competition that we've got coming up at lunchtime. Well, hopefully we're going to be able to do it. Then it depends on time. We are losing track time, of course, but the main thing is that the drivers, they have to be okay. That is critical. So let's hope that everything is okay. Still a bit of work going on track. That competition, though, we aim to do the prize draw at lunch. It's quite simple. We've got a load of British Truck Racing Championship merchandise to give away. You can win a bucket hat. Part of the package is a flag. You can get a key ring, stickers galore, you name it. All you have to do if you want to be in with a chance to win a pack of merchandise from the British Truck Racing Championship is just in the live chat comment, I love BTRC, and hit subscribe as well. That's all you have to do. And then at lunch, Pointy is going to pick somebody at random to see who's going to win it. So right, let's keep moving on, shall we? Move around a little bit. Let's head over here because I can see we've got Freya over here. So let's go have a quick chat, shall we? And have a chat with the two girls we've got here. Right. It's good to see you. How are you feeling? Are you ready for this? You saw me coming over, didn't you? Like, oh no. What are we expecting from this race?
Hoping to push forward in this race from the back, so high expectations, going to push hard.
What did you learn from yesterday that you're going to bring in today?
Well, I learnt a lot about track position, especially in the wet, so on the opposite, on the flip hand, in the dry, push maximum, only 2 braking places, so...
It's basically flat, isn't it?
Everywhere. Only 2 braking points like there and down there, so...
It's just that pesky chicane at the end, isn't
I know.
it? That's the one.
That in the wet yesterday was sketchy.
Well, look, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. Let's keep moving on, shall we, as well. Did I see somebody gone for a run around? Let's go down. Where? Oh, let's chat to these two guys, actually, whilst we're here, chaps. Yesterday, difficult conditions, of course. It was a bit slippy, it was a bit wet, wasn't it? Stone dry today. What are we expecting?
A bit more pace, obviously. I've raced here once before in the dry, so hoping to get back to, to what I'm familiar with there. And but yes, yesterday was tricky. I think I was a little bit overcautious to start with, but was coming back into it when we had the red flag. Yeah, but it's always close with these 5, so it's always a great race wherever you come, really, I think.
Absolutely. How did you find it?
Difficult. It was good fun. Had a few hairy moments, to be fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, just very busy. All the 5 of us really are all on each other all the time. It makes great racing. So yeah, made us feels like I made a step forward yesterday, beating this man.
It's a good job I'm in the middle, isn't it, between you two? All right, lads, calm down.
I followed him around a lot this year, so it's nice to get ahead of him this time. But yeah, just try and continue from there. We had the pace yesterday, so try and capitalise on that today.
There we go. More track action between these two. Who knows? Maybe even a boxing match to come. I'm joking. Thanks for talking to us. Let's go through. Actually, if we just come over here, follow me round, because you can see the pickups are coming into Parc Fermé. So I just wonder. You'll have to forgive me because I haven't seen what's going on. Let's just see if we can walk around. How's the race been called off? I'm not too sure. Let me jump into TSL and find out. Let me speak to Natasha, see if she knows more than we do. She's just having a chat with, of course, Neil, just to find out what's going on. I'm sure Natasha won't mind us jumping in, but all the cars, of course, coming in. Natasha, how are you? It's good to see you.
Good, thank you.
Is that it? Is the race over?
We believe that is it for this race, and if there's time at the end of the day, they're going to rerun part of it.
Okay.
That's all we know at the minute, so it depends what happens with the rest of the day's racing.
Fantastic. Thank you for letting us know, Natasha. Really appreciate that. So yeah, it does look like this race is going to be over for now. Who knows? Fingers crossed we might get it in a little bit later. I'm going to go on a bit of a fact find and see if I can get some more information for you. So whilst I do that, I'll hand back to Dave.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ian. Thanks for the update down there. The timing screen is showing checkered flag and 4 laps completed. So it may well be the end of that race for now. We can see Daniel Fisher's pickup truck being loaded onto the recovery wagon there. The Fisher office fitting pickup. Collision with Jeff Simpson coming over the start-finish line. And we've seen the result. The drivers appear to be A-OK though. So if the race is declared, that will be a win for Rhys Jones, second win of the weekend, ahead of Aaron Thompson and Eric Bolton in what I think was his best ever finish in 3rd place. That's the top 10. Chris Brockhurst, Matt Simpson, Paul Tompkins, Jamie Liptrot, Dean Tompkins, Michael Smith, and Dan Fisher shown in 10th place, but if he was part of the cause of the stoppage, he won't be classified. So we'll await official confirmation on that. But the pickups do have another race later on today. It's coming up the penultimate race of the day here at Thruxton ahead of the final truck race. Next up it is the Mini Challenge Clubsport division. We've seen the trophy class a few times over the last couple of years on BARC TV, but this weekend the first time we've seen the Clubsport division for most of the relative newcomers, some of the less powerful BMW Minis out there. Different classes, S53, S56 Open and Coupe class we will see next. So just waiting for the circuits to be clear ahead of our second race for the BMW Minis. The grid will be based on the results of yesterday's race, but it's split by class. The 2 S classes line up mixed together at the front of the grid. Then there's a gap and we have the Open class for the more powerful cars. And then the Coupe class starts at the back. Class winners yesterday. Stephen Berry won the Open class in his BMW Mini Cooper S Coupe. The only coupe racing in the UK. Look out for that. The overall winner for the first time was Ross Alexander, the man from Birmingham in the number 320 car. He beat Zach Blackwell, the man who's dominated the S classes up to now. Alex Westerby took the win in class S53. And the Cooper class was won by Andy Langley for his second win of the season, number 42. Defeating Neil Clark. We saw his Union flag liveried car in the assembly area. It was very slippery for the BMW Minis yesterday. We've spoken to Freddie Hewitt, who crashed out on the opening lap. He got caught up with Zach Blackwell and went into the tyre wall. And Charlie Heatley also crashed out of yesterday's race, number 44. We'll wait to see if his car's back out as well. I didn't see it in the assembly area, but we will wait and confirm. Dan Fisher's car, pickup truck on the recovery wagon then. The road sweeper out as well to clear the circuit of debris. So coming up next, it's the Mini Challenge Clubsport division, sponsored by AirTech Motorsport and Garmin. After that, we have the lunch break, which might be shortened a little. Then we'll see the British Truck Racing Championship for their 4th race of the weekend after lunch. That's followed by the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. Then the Morphmy Caterham Graduates Championship, Sigma 150 and Sigmax cars, the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship for their 2nd race. Then another race for the pickups, and the British Truck Racing Championship rounds out the weekend. Plenty more going on off track here at Thruxton. We've got show trucks on display on the infield. There's live music, as we could hear in the background in the assembly area, monster truck rides and lots more. As the pickups are recovered, those of Dan Fisher and Jeff Simpson. I would suspect that's the end of their day's racing, unfortunately. You can see the damage to the back of the 52 truck there. Heavy damage to the front of Jeff Simpson. The veteran who's been racing hot rods since back in the 80s and 90s, used to race in the national hot rods. I remember his flame-spitting Ford Fiesta number 303 that used to race at the likes of Hensford and Ipswich, Birmingham wheels as well. Ah, nostalgia. The days of the Fiestas, the 205s, the Toyota Starlets. National Hot Rods still going strong today, of course. They had their World Championship at Ipswich last week, won by Northern Ireland's Derek Martin, who led all the way. To lead all the way in a 75-lap race, even on a quarter-mile oval, takes some doing. Still the sweeping up of the fluids continues. Pickups have headed off track. And then we will bring on the BMW Minis, which we can see there in the assembly area. Ross Alexander from Birmingham will start from pole. That's the blue and white car, furthest to the right in the assembly area, alongside Zach Blackwell, the black and turquoise. Alex Westerby in black and green. And then Matthew Hibbard with those angry eyes on the headlights. I do like that effect. Sammy Bowler, she's well up, 5th on the grid. And Charlie Collins, number 10, completing the top 6 ahead of Ionut Carrare, the Romanian driver, in the number 17. Thanks for all your comments on the stream once again. Don't forget to keep your I Love BTRC comments coming in if you want to win that merchandise from the British Truck Racing Championship, thanks to Ian and Pointy. I don't think bucket hats suit me. Here they come then. Ross Alexander, number 320, leads them out. Zach Blackwell in 411. Alex Westerby in the 37. I'll give you the full grid in a second. Westerby is the first of the S53 class cars, the Bomber County Motorsport car, with the yellow symbols on the graphics. Matthew Hibbard, 58, starts alongside him. Then Sammy Bowler and Charlie Collins. Ionut Carrare and the 231 of Steve Webb. Treble 1, Josh Hodge. And 191, Rory Melia. Row 6 is 190, Alan Lee, and 27, Emma Dawson. And then hopefully we will see the 44 of Charlie Heatley back out. Alongside number 5, Freddie Hewitt. We know he's there. There's Emma Dawson, I think that was the 27 just going through. Then there's a gap and we have the open class cars, which will be headed up by the 66 of Stephen Berry in the Coupe, alongside number 12 Charlie Newton Darby, who's raced his BMW Minis in endurance events in the past. 22 Nick Moore, the ex-Hyundai Coupe Cup driver, is next alongside number 14 Lee Campbell. And then moving on back on the grid, we've got the Cooper class, headed by yesterday's winner, number 42, Andy Langley. 19, Daniel Truman will be alongside him. Then 53 of Neil Clark, 33, Lauren Taylor, and 89, Freya Belk. That's your grid for the BMW Minis. They finished under a red flag yesterday after Charlie Heatley had gone off at Noble, but thankfully he's okay, as the Cooper class make their way to the grid. I couldn't see Charlie Heatley there, unfortunately, so it looks like his car too badly damaged from yesterday, but so we'll wait and confirm in a second. One of our volunteer marshals just picking up a bit of debris. So it's going to be an interesting sort of semi-handicap race, this one is, because the open class cars are the quicker ones, but they start behind the S-class cars. The majority of the overall wins this year have gone to Steve Berry. He had 4 wins at Cadwell Park and Mallory Park in the first couple of meetings for these cars, but yesterday it was Ross Alexander who won over. The only other overall winner this year has been Zach Blackwell, number 411. He had a win at Mallory Park. In the Cooper class, meanwhile, the less powerful cars, Neil Clark has taken 4 wins and Andy Langley 2. Although Dan Truman was well on the pace yesterday in there. Safety car bringing them up to the grid then. This will be a 15-minute race for the Mini Challenge Clubsport division with Airtech Motorsports, also sponsored by Absolute Alignment and Garmin. Alan Lee in the white car there, number 1 at 90. It's 231 of Steve Webb. Emma Dawson in the 27 with the blue wheels. It's the blue and white car of Ross Alexander in pole position, the man from the West Midlands. Slightly less slippery out there this time. Is that Charlie Heatley's car I can see there at the back? Yes, I think it is actually. It's behind Alan Lee in the white car. Yes, he is there. That's great to see the number 44 back out after his crash yesterday. Well done to the 4-4 Motorsports team for getting that car back out. It's the grey car with the turquoise headlight covers. Steve Berry, watch for him coming through in the Dayglow yellow and white coupe. Charlie Newton Darby, the black and gold number 12 car alongside him. 22 of Nick Moore is next, and the 14 of Lee Campbell. Coopers then line up at the back, headed by Andy Langley, the red car. Then Daniel Truman in dark blue and white. Marshall just signalling the last couple of cars into line there. There's Lauren Taylor, the 33, the Halford sponsored car. Neil Clark in the Union flag car. Very Austin Powers, that livery, I like it. And right at the back is the number 89 of Freya Belk. Okay, we get the all clear just about from the back of the grid then. Watch for the red lights. This will be a 15-minute race, the Mini Challenge Clubsport division, in association with Airtech Motorsports. That's the 30-second board I can see there. Are we going to get another green flag lap? Yes, they are. Okay, so they're going to get an extra green flag lap. Presumably because of either the time taken sitting in the assembly area, trying to get some more heat back into their tyres, or because of that slightly slippery conditions going into Allard where the oil's been cleared up. So an extra green flag lap for the Mini Challenge. A few of these drivers you may recognise if you saw the BMW, the Cumho BMW Championship over the last few years. There was a class for BMW Minis in there, which has now rejoined the Mini Challenge. Zach Blackwell was a regular class winner in there. We also saw the likes of Alan Lee, Leonard Carrare in there as well, and Charlie Heatley. This is where Charlie went off yesterday coming out of the complex. Watch for Freddie Hewitt from the back of the first group of cars as well. There is the number 5. And there's Stephen Berry in that unique coupe. Comments has come in from Vicky Campbell. Apparently, Vicky and Lee Campbell celebrating their anniversary today, so it'd be great if Lee could bring home an anniversary gift of a trophy. Emma Rhodes supporting Lee Campbell as well. Sophie Mays cheering on Ross Alexander. Right, to Mark Waller as well. Yes, Freya Belk is the, we believe, the sister of Lexi Belk, who races in Ginettas. Mark Waller also pointing out Sammy Bowler, who we heard from earlier, is the sister of John Bowler, the truck racer. Wonder if we'll see Sammy racing a truck someday. We've seen quite a few ladies racing the British and European truck racing championships over the years, including Davina Galitza, the former Olympic skier. Heather Bailey was a well-known truck racer as well. Joanne Eason, Pauline Stewart, Kaz Garnett as well, used to race with her husband Brian. There's quite a few ladies who've raced trucks. Maybe Sammy Bowler with the next one. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're cheering on. Plenty of fans of the BMW Minis. Lee Fitzmartin cheering on Lee Campbell as well. He's got a lot of fans. Mark Waller, motorsports photographer. You are a mine of information, sir. Thank you very much. You should co-commentate with me. Up towards the grid here at Thruxton come the Mini Challenge Clubsport division in association with AirTech Motorsports, Absolute Alignment and Garmin, also sponsors of the series. Ross Alexander on pole, Zach Blackwell alongside. Watch for the open class cars coming through from the second group on the grid. Steve Berry at the head of them, looking for his 5th overall win this year in the Coupe. Charlie Newton-Darby, Nick Moore and Lee Campbell, the other open class cars. There's Lee Campbell, the blue and white car, number 14, just coming into line. The 5 Coopers from the back of the grid in the sunshine of Hampshire here at Convoy on the plain. 15 minutes of racing coming your way. Last couple of cars into line at the back. We get the green flag from the marshal. The 5-second board is held aloft. The next few seconds, the red lights will come on. When they go out, we'll be underway for mini racing here at Thruxton. Here we go. Off they go down towards the first corner. A wheel spinning start there from Lee Campbell. Good start by Ross Alexander and a great start from the second row. Who's that coming through? That was the number 10 of Charlie Collins, I think. Out into the barriers goes the number 10. Just as I was saying about such a great start, he's off and out of the race. That could be a stoppage straight away. What on earth happened there? Well, it's Ross Alexander who's got the early lead in the 320 car, and they're still at it for second place. Alex Westerby and Matthew Hibbard have a bit of a coming together out of the complex. Zach Blackwell's dropped back slightly. Stephen Berry's going to go wide onto the grass. We saw a bit of rally crossing from him yesterday in the Coupe. Charlie Collins, I believe, is okay after that impact. That was a great start, but it comes to absolutely nothing as he ends up in the barriers at Allard. Matthew Hibbard fighting for second place with Alex Westerby. Coming through into fourth is Rory Melia. He's going well in the 191. Zach Blackwell up there on the outside. Here comes Freddie Hewitt as well in the rebuilt number 5 car after his crash on the opening lap yesterday. They are tough little cars, these BMW Minis. Through the back of the circuit they go for the first time. Now, will we see a safety car or a red flag for that incident at Allard? I don't think so. The race continues at the moment. Down towards the chicane for the first time. There's yellow flags though at Woodham Hill. Yeah, the safety car is being deployed. Safety car is being deployed. I thought that would be the case. Charlie Collins crashing out there. That's such a shame after such a good start for the Bedfordshire driver. And Ross Alexander slows the field down. Matthew Hibbard in second, leading the R53 class. And the American pickup, the recovery vehicle, is on the move again. as they cross the line for the first time behind the safety car, which will pick up our race leader Ross Alexander. Charlie Newton-Darby is leading the open class, and the Coopers will pick up in a second. There's the recovery vehicle on its way up to Allard. Let's have a look again there. Watch from the third row of the grid. Charlie Collins in the number 10 car. He made a lightning start through the middle. I thought he was going to take the lead on the outside up towards Allard. Now, does he try and cut in on Zach Blackwell a bit too early there? Watch the two turquoise cars. Yes, he just cut in that slight bit too early across the front of Zach Blackwell and walloped straight into the barrier. A little bit too eager there for Charlie Collins. He wasn't clear of Blackwell. He just clipped the front of him as he tried to pull across. We'll see it again from the head-on angle. There he goes into the barrier. That was quite an impact. Charlie's okay, he's out of the car. And the number 10 of Charlie Collins will be towed back for some attention from his team. It's a self-run car as well for Charlie. There he is on the right. Walks dejectedly away. Thruxton have had this Ford recovery vehicle for some years now. As the pack continues to circulate behind the safety car. We'll wait to see how many more laps before the recovery is safely completed and the race can continue. Ross Alexander is your leader ahead of Matthew Hibbard and Alex Westerby. Zach Blackwell recovering from that tangle off the line, he's in fourth. Rory Melia with a flying start as well. He gained 5 places off the line. Freddie Hewitt gained 8. And then we've got the open class cars. Charlie Newton-Darby is up to 7th. He gained 9 places in the overall classification, and Nick Moore gained 8. Stephen Berry only 3rd of the open class at the moment because he ran wide coming out of the complex. Lee Campbell is 15th. I know a few of his fans are in our chat at the moment. Of your comments coming in. Jakov Andrei cheering on Jonak Karari. Britland Models cheering on Ross Alexander. Stoke Mini Works says good luck to all the A Reeve Motorsport drivers. That's Lauren Taylor, Josh Hodge, Alan Lee, and Ross Alexander, our leader. Charlie Ann Collins got in touch to say safe drive, Charlie Collins. We didn't get to read that out, unfortunately, before the start of the race, and now he's out. Sorry, Charlie. Wendy Mays cheering on Ross Alexander. Aaron Clark says go Stephen Berry. Tanya Davis hoping for a win for Nick Moore. I believe he's won here at Thruxton in the past in the Hyundai Coupe Cup. So the damaged car being towed off, hopefully, we'll be able to go back to racing this time around. Neil Clark, aka Austin Powers. Whatever happens, that Union Flag Jaguar E-Type. Looks like everybody else is still running, so 22 cars remain. The lights are out atop the safety car, so we are going to get back underway again this time. Ross Alexander will lead them down towards the restart. How far back has he gone from the safety car? Safety car could do another lap by the time this lot get to the start line. What are they doing? So Ross Alexander becomes the safety car. They can't pass until the start-finish line. Matthew Hibbard in second, Alex Westerby in third, and Zach Blackwell. Who we want to watch on this restart? Here we go then. Revs rise in these 1600cc engines. And we're back underway. Zach Blackwell wastes no time. Straight past Alex Westerby up into third place as they come through Allard. It's Ross Alexander who leads Matthew Hibbard. The battle is on for fifth position as well. Rory Melia, Freddie Hewitt, and behind them Charlie Newton-Darby, the leader of the open class. There's Stephen Berry getting past, I think that was Yannick Carrare a little bit further back in the order. Freddie Hewitt making a move at the complex side by side with Rory Melia in the 191 car. He goes through. This is where Freddie went off yesterday. No such problem this time. Charlie Newton-Darby in the more powerful open class BMW Mini behind them. Has a look on the inside. Can't quite get past Rory Melia. This is the fight for fifth position overall. It's still Ross Alexander who has the lead. As they head down the far side of the course, green flags waving to signify that we are back to racing. And somebody going off in the background, that's Carrare. The Romanian goes rally crossing, good save. It's nearly off towards the A303 there. Gets it going again. Alan Lee goes through. 111 going by as well. That's Josh Hodge. Yannick Carrare back in the race. Here's Sammy Bowler, the 66, coming under fire from number 22. That is Nick Moore, one of our open class cars. As the pack barrels its way down into the chicane. There's Andy Langley. He's leading the Coupe class, the number 42 car. Gets past the 27 of Emma Dawson. The second of the Coupe class cars, Dan Truman there, the number 19, giving chase. Moves out to have a look on the outside. Emma Dawson holds the place. The number 27, one of the S-class cars, the S53 cars, slightly more powerful than the Coupers. Still Alexander who leads by less than a second. Zach Blackwell has done the fastest lap of the race though. He'll be catching our leaders here. Westerby is down to fourth. Freddie Hewitt's up to fifth. 95 miles an hour average around the Thruxton Circuit. The open class cars have yet to make their move, although Stephen Berry has gained 3 places. And there's a change for second there as well. And Stephen Berry, as I say, that goes grass tracking as well in the background. He's done that a few times this weekend. Zach Blackwell has gone through into second. You can see there, he's got ahead of Matthew Hibbard. Fourth place is Westerby ahead of Freddie Hewitt. Just under 5 minutes of this race to go. So of course the clock doesn't stop while the safety car is out. Ross Alexander still leads from Blackwell. Oh, and Emma Dawson's crashed out. I thought I saw a yellow flag there. The 27 is off. Now that, I think, is on the run up Woodham Hill. Charlie Newton-Darby goes through past Rory Melia. The more powerful car gets by. Okay, 5 laps completed then. Just under a second in it for the lead. Blackwell trying to close down Ross Alexander. Matthew Hibbard still in third place. There's Stephen Berry in the background. Still second in the open class after another grassy moment at Village Corner. Now, we didn't see what happened to Emma Dawson there, the 27. She was battling with the Cooper class leaders, Langley and Truman. Incidentally, Daniel Truman has taken the lead of the Coopers. So whether Andy Langley tangled up with the 27 car, there's yellow flags out there. This might be where Dawson's gone off with the yellow flags coming out there. The field's slowing as they go through the yellow flag zone. So this may well be where Emma has gone off. I initially thought it was at Woodham Hill, but I could be wrong. Race continues though with Zach Blackwell now coming under fire from Freddie Hewitt. He's moved through past Matthew Hibbard. Up towards Woodham Hill they go. as a result of all that, says that's Alexander's dropped back. Yes, it is. So there was a bit of confusion there as they came out of the yellow flag zone, and Alexander must have made a mistake. He's down to 5th place. So it's the 4-1-1 of Zach Blackwell. This race is getting pretty difficult to follow. Freddie Hewitt's up into 2nd. It's Blackwell that leads. Westerby elbows his way through for 3rd past Matthew Hibbard. I'm not sure what happened to Ross Alexander there. They seem to all slow for the yellow flags, and then I don't know whether they thought the safety car was coming out again. But Zach Blackwell was first to get back on the throttle. He's taken the lead. Alexander trying to fight back. There's Steve Berry in the number 6 car. Still 2nd in the open class, so this lot being caught by Charlie Newton-Darby now. There's the number 12 with Berry on his tail. They've caught the S-class runners. Alexander on the tail of Alex Westerby. He leads the S53 class. Still yellow flags out at the entry to Noble. Matthew Hibbard drops behind Charlie Newton-Darby. Back out into the country they go. Here's a replay. This is what happened to Emma Dawson. No, she just spun it coming through Noble all on her own and wallop into the tyre wall. That's a big impact. Nasty one there for Emma Dawson. Thankfully she's okay. This is the fight for the lead coming up Woodham Hill. Freddie Hewitt in the car rebuilt after a shunt at that same point on the circuit yesterday, challenging Zach Blackwell for the lead. It's going to be last lap this time as well. Blackwell, can he hang on in front for his 2nd overall win of the season? He won at Mallory Park. Here come the open class cars though. Watch for Charlie Newton-Darby, the number 12. He wants his 1st class win and 1st overall win of the season. The checkered flag has come out a lap early. The flag comes out a lap early because of that incident at Noble. So Zach Blackwell will be your winner ahead of Freddie Hewitt and Alex Westerby. I think that was a real confusing race. And provisionally Zach Blackwell has won it. These two are racing for the line. This is for the win in the Coupe class. Dan Truman up the inside on Andy Langley, with Neil Clark holding off Lauren Taylor. They make their way to the line. It's going to be Truman that takes his 1st class win of the season. Neil Clark just holds off Lauren Taylor. Oh, what a baffling race. Okay. So it looks as though Zach Blackwell will be your winner, the 4-1-1 car, by 0.2 of a second ahead of Freddie Hewitt. Great recovery after his crash yesterday. And 3rd, Alex Westerby. He wins the S53 class. Ross Alexander 4th. And Charlie Newton-Darby 5th. He wins the open class for the 1st time this season. The Cooper class, as we saw, was won just by Daniel Truman. Here's the provisional results then. Zach Blackwell the winner ahead of Freddie Hewitt and Alex Westerby. Then Alexander, Newton-Darby, Matthew Hibbard 6th, and Stephen Berry 7th. That's the first time he's been defeated in the open class this season. 8th place goes to Rory Melia, then Sammy Bowler and Steve Webb complete the top 10. Nick Moore in 11th ahead of Lee Campbell. Charlie Heatley 13th, good recovery after he crashed yesterday. Yonak Carrare after that off at Village takes 14th, then Josh Hodge ahead of Alan Lee next home. Daniel Truman 17th overall to win the Cooper class, and Andy Langley, Neil Clark, Lauren Taylor and Freya Belk. We lost of course Emma Dawson and Charlie Collins. Well, Ross Alexander had control of that race after the safety car, and then he suddenly went backwards. Zach Blackwell who holds off the challenge of Freddie Hewitt. Freddie will be frustrated there because I'm sure he'll think if he had one more lap, he'd have won that. But the flag came out slightly early. What's been an incident-packed weekend for the Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsports. I know somebody's commented, yeah, Britland Model says should get some mini rallycross at some point. Well, there is a rallycross championship for BMW Minis. They run with the BTRDA Clubman's Rallycross Championship as well as other series. And just checking on Emma Dawson down there, her car being recovered. We'll now go into our lunch break, but first of all we'll head down to Parc Fermé with Ian.
Welcome everybody to Parc Fermé. A bit of an interrupted race, that one, wasn't it? But hey, one person who won't mind that is Zach Blackwell, second yesterday. He's got to win today though, come on!
Yeah, we got it today. Didn't make it easy for myself. I unfortunately had the oil on my grid bit, so I got a bit of wheel spin and ended up going back to third, and then someone come across, clipped me.
There's been quite a few incidents today, isn't there? So is the track still quite slippy from the amount of oil down?
It's definitely slippy from the oil. Like, I was definitely having to correct a lot of corners.
Zach, come on, you got the big W. Well done, mate. Congratulations, that's good stuff. Where's Freddie? Oh, there he is. Freddie. Oh, that was some joy. We spoke about it before the race, actually, and when he said, I'm going to come through, I'm going to try and win this race, I've got to say I'm mightily impressed. I wasn't sure you'd quite be able to get as far up the grid as you did, but I'm sorry for underestimating you.
Well, I mean, the yellow flags up at the top helped me. I think everyone slowed down thinking they were going to call for a safety car. Yeah. But I saw the green flag to my left, so gunned it again and gained probably about a second on them just in that bit and drove around the outside of them. So, it's been a long weekend, but so happy to get a trophy.
It's a good way to end it, isn't it, right, after yesterday?
Yeah, I'm really chuffed because after yesterday we could have gone home really and packed up, but...
Your sister's bonnet did the job, didn't it? How much are you going to have to pay her now?
It's missing a bit. It's missing a bit. It fell off on the outlap.
Oh, you're going to have to pay her quite a bit then?
Yeah, that's got to be 500 quid at least, just for that bit.
Mate, if I was you, I'd have said £5, but now she's going to definitely charge you that.
I'll pay her well. She's got a baby on the way, so I'll pay her well.
Well done, Fred. It's great to see you again, mate. It really is. Come on, let's chat to Westerby over here. Got to be very happy. Come on. Look at you. I would have seen you just smiling away. I love it.
Yeah, thanks. First time ever at Thruxton. Third of a race meeting, and I finished third. So
it's all the threes, isn't it? There we go.
I don't quite know how, but
it was quite a chaotic race, wasn't it? So I guess keeping a clear head was important, and just being aware of what was going on around you.
Yeah, after that first incident lap, I thought I'll just try and keep up the top. And I did. So, yeah.
Congratulations, I'm so happy for you. Big smiles. Look at that. This is what motorsport is all about, isn't it? Right, I believe it's the lunchtime period now, so I'm going to head off because fingers crossed we should be giving our BTRC merchandise giveaway very, very shortly. So Dave, back to you whilst I go get in position.
Yep, thanks very much, Ian. Good to hear from a few of our mini racers there. Good luck to Chloe Hewitt as well with her impending new arrival. Hopefully once that's completed we'll see her back out on track with Freddie as well. What's coming up after lunch then? We're going to take a lunch break of about half an hour now, and we'll leave you in the capable hands of Pointy and Ian during that. Then it's British Truck Racing Championship back out just after 2:30. That's followed by the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. Can Wayne Rockets on his local circuit take a double for the weekend? Morphmy Caterham Graduates Championship put the Sigma 150 and Sig Max cars out for their second race of the weekend. They were in absolute belting form yesterday, with Amanda Anderson taking the overall win. Second race for the MGs, the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Then the pickup trucks, their third race of the weekend, and a final truck race to round off this weekend. Convoy in the park here. Convoy on the plane even here at Thruxton. Convoy in the park coming up at Donington in August, of course. So we're going to take just over half an hour for lunch then, give our marshals a break. Thanks again to them for their services. I'm going to take a short break as well for my lunch, so hope you're enjoying the action so far. Thanks to all of you for your comments. Keep the I Love BTRC comments coming in as well. If you want to win that merchandise, that's going to be drawn soon by Pointy and Ian down in the paddock. I'll leave you in their capable hands then. They'll doubtlessly find many people to talk to during our lunch break. We'll be back live with on-track action in just over half an hour.
as you know, we've been running a competition over the last 24 hours. It was quite simple. All you had to do on the live coverage, in the live chat, you just had to type I love BTRC and hit subscribe as well. Pointy here from the British Truck Racing Championship has now picked a winner. Before we reveal the winner, just to remind you what you're going to win, if you are the lucky winner, is one of these beautiful bucket hats there, modelled by the glamorous... Glamorous, the right word. Modelled by Pointy. Here we go. Look, we've got some stickers.
We've got some stickers as well.
Very nice. What else have we got?
We've got a keyring as well.
Yeah, that flag. You see that flag up there as well? All brand new British Truck Racing Championship merchandise. Right now, Pointy, it is time. It is time to reveal the winner. You have been going through all of the comments, so thank you to everybody for commenting and hitting subscribe as well. I can tell you, he's done this completely at random. He's just been going through doing that. We know what Pointy's like.
There's so many people. Just want to say a massive shout out to all the viewers, of course, across both of the channels for getting involved. And it's nice to know you're watching, because that's what's important. There's no point us even talking if you're not at home enjoying the show. So, okay, are we ready?
Drum roll, please, everybody.
Drum roll, please.
Who is the winner?
In on the retake.
Yeah,
the winner is a Vicky Campbell.
Vicky Campbell, if you're watching, congratulations, you have just won all of this merchandise from the British Truck Racing. No, you don't want that one. It's a bit sweaty inside. You don't want that one. Right, what happens now? How does Vicky get in contact with you?
So, if Vicky, if you're out there, if you're listening, head over to the Instagram page, official BTRC, reach out to us on there, send us your details, and we'll get that out in the post to you as soon as possible.
Fantastic, congratulations. Just to confirm, Vicky Campbell, you are the winner. Please do get in touch with us. Yay! Woo! Hey! Wee! Right, Pointy, it's a lunch break now, and we actually do have a lunch break. Should we take a little walk and have a little look round?
Only if we can do it arm in arm.
Come on then. Right, off we go, down the paddock here, behind the back. Let's have a little skip. This is the very best of motorsport here. Let's stop doing that now, because it's a little bit weird, isn't it? Pointy, tell us about, we've had a couple of races for the British Truck Racing Championship. In fact, the next race is out as well. What have you made of it so far?
The guys have been driving with impeccable standards. Obviously, you know, there's a lot of fans that come to see certain parts of truck racing, and unfortunately and fortunately, we haven't had too much contact this weekend as yet. A little bit of slap and fingers crossed we keep those standards high, as well as entertaining all of the spectators here and online as well, of course. Bit of damage to trucks that weren't involved in any incidents. We've had some serious reliability issues with Simon Cole, unfortunately. That's seen him do no more than 2 laps the entire weekend, reconstructing his engine twice this weekend already. So it's been a lot of hard work for the guys, and I really feel for the rest of his team, because they put so much effort in to trying to get that truck ready out on the track. And of course, it's just let them down. Again, he got half a lap in the previous race today. So, yeah, Neil Yates, however, though, very impressive. He's already built his own fan club.
Have we got anybody we can grab? There's a couple of drivers knocking around down here.
So we've got Steve and John Powell together, which I'm not sure is going to happen, if I'm honest. You can ask all you like. To see if we can get them out.
No, they're coming.
They're coming. This will be interesting.
You take
excited. I'll take it. So John and Steve, we've been brought together. I only have to say your first names because you've obviously got the same surname, haven't we?
We have, yes.
What is that, a coincidence?
Funny enough, we had the same dad.
No way.
Rumours say, yeah.
That's incredible.
I'm not sure, actually.
I'm not sure about that.
Oh, well, I was here first. So.
Yeah.
No, of course. Previously, Steve used.
Like the better you get, the better they get. Basically.
Yeah,
so
wow. Steve used to race in the Division 2. Is it great now that you've kind of got Div 2 to yourself as the only Powell in Division 2?
It's better for our relationship. Yeah. You know,
it's a bit better. Also, it is a lot better because he does well. We congratulate him, and the match he was there, but there's always still you're racing together, so it takes it out of it, and it's good to have achievement in this division and that division. There's none of that, and yeah, it does. But also on the other side, it's very good racing against siblings. We had, I think, one year when the 3 of us was out there. And it's
3 of you for Graham as well.
Yeah. I think we went round the back, me and Graham, banging into each other. And when we got back to Parc Ferme, I've never laughed so much. The trucks are detonated, but you know, it is what it is.
But it's like sometimes tension does get done. So it's better to split the divisions, absolutely, without doubt. So no.
Keep you separated on track so you can come together more off track.
Yeah.
And Steve,
separated above.
Apparently so. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, completely different. Yeah, kettle of fish altogether.
Himself on me, that's all.
He models himself on you, right? John, let's call that a day now before it gets really personal. Thank you to Steve and John Powell, of course. Steve in Division 1, John in Division 2, and of course earlier on you saw that little interview we did with John Powell about the biodiesel, the GD Plus. Ian, you've obviously been talking to a lot of other guys around the circuit this weekend. Is there any talk of maybe some more future-proof fuel coming into some of the other series?
There is somebody I was chatting to a little bit earlier. They're not actually racing this weekend. I can't see any more than that.
It's top secret then.
It's top secret. But just watch this space. We might be able to announce something over the next few months or so. With regards to the championships I've been talking to, no.
No here. You know of something, but nothing you're allowed to talk about.
Nothing I'm allowed to talk about. Should we go for a walk?
Let's go.
I don't know. There's so much going on here this weekend, isn't it? It's not just obviously we got the trucks. They're about to head down to assembly, I think, as well. We've actually got the music stage here as well, haven't we?
We have, yeah. So the convoy on the plane event, well, all of the convoy events. We've got one at Pembury. We have one here at Thruxton, of course, the big one at Donington over in August. Just 5 weeks away now before that one lands down. Absolutely incredible turnout at all of these events. Of course, the British truck racing really is growing in popularity, and it's awesome to have so much support entertainment off track at the same time.
How busy is it right now as we're walking through? I mean, it was busy last year, wasn't it? But it's so busy, especially on this British Grand Prix weekend as well. But, you know, that small event going on at Silverstone has kind of been dwarfed by this massive event happening here at Thruxton, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah, Silverstone is... what's happening at Silverstone again? Can you remind me?
Some formula thing. I'm not sure quite what it is. But look, we've got music going on over here. Let's take a walk around. Have you had an ice cream yet, Pointy?
I had an ice cream earlier on, actually. I had it for breakfast. I missed the bacon sandwiches today, and I thought, you know what, we're making our way round to Parc Ferme and assembly area, and I thought I'll just grab myself a cheeky cone with a flake. But yeah, so we've got the stage up now, and I believe these guys were actually here last year as well. I remember seeing the pair of them. Quite a good band. Mar and Pa sat very close down the front, of course, showing great support. But look across there. Look across there on the banks, all of those people over there. It's just incredible to see so many people that have come out to see the racing, and of course I'm sure they can hear the music as well.
Yeah, I'm sure they will do. Right, Pointy, it's a truck race next. So what happens now? We've just spoken to a couple of drivers there. They'll be gearing up. They have to come into assembly, don't they? But how early do they have to come in? Or how early are they supposed to come in, but they never do they?
Well, they come in on time most of the time. The marshals, of course, over the years have had trouble getting them into the assembly area. So now they bring them in so early, it's ridiculous. So they'll sit now in the baking sunshine in the assembly area for about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Then they'll take them out onto the circuit where they might wait a little bit longer. It gets very, very hot in these cabs. I mean, they're essentially sat on top of an engine, surrounded by glass. They are in a massive metal box, much like the racing cars, of course. But yeah, it's not a pleasurable experience waiting in the assembly area.
Right, here's what we're going to do now. I've got some wonderful music going on in the background. I fancy myself that I could throw a few moves, so I think we should have a little dance off, you and me, right now.
Right, you go first then, ready? Go! Oh my God.
I'd say that's a 10 out of 10.
Honestly, the things you do for television. Have we finished embarrassing ourselves? Can we get back to motorsport now?
No, I think we can carry it about. No, we can't. So let's go back, because I want to talk about some of the displays we've got going on here. We've got a lot of trucks. Who organises all this, Pointy? Is it you? Is it BARC? Who does it all?
Well, the British Truck Racing is promoted by a company called Clubsport UK. Now, they've got a couple of guys on the team. Obviously, Steve Powell that we met moments ago, Steve Thomas and Stuart Oliver. They're the three amigos, as they're quite commonly called, who put all of these events together. Helped massively, of course, by Emma Tyra, who actually also helps organise RTX, which is the Road Transport Expo. Huge event at Stoneleigh Park.
Am I right in thinking it was Emma as well? We must say thank you. She's the reason we're able to give away the merchandise away for as well.
Yeah, so she really does have such an integral part in the organisation of these weekends, as well as Trucksport. with regards to getting the merch organised and what gets put out in the media, what gets put out on the socials. She really does have so many hats in her, not BTRC hats, we're talking job hats in her collection, and I think the growth we've seen under the watchful eye of those four people, you know, Emma, Stuart, Steve, and Steve and Steve's two Steves. So yeah, I call him Tomo though, so it's obviously tricky for me. But the growth we've seen in the sport and the support around the sport, the off-track stuff, the truck shows, the fairgrounds, the bands, all these things. To think that only about 5 years ago we started off with one convoy event at Donington, which was mostly managed by MSV. Now we've taken everything in-house and all the way down to the barriers and the generators. Emma and the team are working all year round to put these things on.
So, Pointy, what is it you actually do then? Well, this is like everybody else does everything.
You haven't figured it out already. I do this. I do these people out here. A very, very important job I have, you know. I am honoured though, really, you know, ever since we were still in lockdown and motorsport was allowed to start up again. BARC obviously came out with the idea of starting BARC Live, which was to bring motorsport to people that couldn't get to the circuits. And through that, I feel like there's again been a massive growth in outreach and spectators online and in real life, getting a lot more than just the trucks out there to people that didn't even know it existed, really. So yes, I've had the honour and the pleasure of being able to host these, along with yourself, of course, working alongside guys like you and Ewan.
Yeah, sorry about that. Can't be much fun for you. You can probably hear the British Truck Racing Championship. The trucks are making their way to assembly now, so not too long to go before we get ourselves underway for race 3 of the British Truck Racing Championship here at Thruxton. I think we've probably done enough embarrassing of ourselves right now. Pointy, are you heading to assembly with the guys now, or I know you've spoken to a lot of drivers already, haven't you?
Yes, I've pretty much covered everybody in the paddock this weekend. We've done loads of great shots, loads of great filming, and of course, if you're watching this just now and you think, oh, I wish I'd have seen that, then all of the footage, of course, will be on our British Truck Racing Championship live stream, as well as BARC Live, to play back whenever you like, forever.
Fantastic, yeah, almost time to get underway and not too long to go. The trucks are making their way into assembly, as you can see. Just a quick reminder about the Barking Mad podcast as well. It's a brand new podcast hosted by myself and Alan Hyde. Everything that we do is covered across the British Automobile Racing Club, so do have a listen to that wherever you get your podcast from. Spotify, it goes out on YouTube as well. Do make sure you tune in and have a listen to that. It's released every other Friday as well. Right, Pointy, almost time to get underway for the truck. So Dave, we'll hand back to you.
Hi, Mum.
I go away for a few minutes to have lunch, and look what happens. Complete chaos, those two. We're getting ready soon for our next race, which is coming up in still about 20 minutes, half an hour or so. The British Truck Racing Championship, race number 4. We'll wait to see if there is going to be a grid walk when the trucks make their way out in a short while. That's followed by the Hyundai Coupes at 3:05, their second 15-minute race of the weekend. Then we've got the Caterhams. There's a change to the results from the Caterhams from yesterday in the Sigmax division. Kevin Barrett, who won the Sigmax class on the road, was adjudged to have cut the chicane to take the lead of the class, so Ian Anderson has inherited the win. Kevin Barrett's been given a penalty. Then we've got the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, the pickups and the trucks. Plenty of our supporters down on the infield enjoying the various festivities as we've seen at the moment. Interesting to see the Colson trailers display in the background there as well. That's Ryan Colson, used to be number 89 in the British Truck Racing Championship. Started his career at the same time as somebody called Ryan Smith, I remember. So we'll be back underway soon then with our next race, and if there is a grid walk for the trucks, I'm sure Pointy will be down there to take us through it.
Smashes and crashes and explosive engines saw us finish Brands Hatch weekend for the last meeting of the British Truck Racing Championship. But here we are at sunny South Wales at Pembrey Circuit. Welcome to the British Truck Racing Championship.
The grid reads as follows. The front row for race 1, Ryan Smith in number 1 and number 7, Stuart Oliver. Two men with 17 British titles between them. Second row, the two MANs are number 69, David Jenkins, and 3 of Stephen Powell. The third row, the youngest man on the grid, Bradley Smith in the 46, alongside Simon Reed in his Iveco. Row 4, Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, in the number 12 MAN, and number 68, Craig Reed, the second of the brothers in the Iveco Stralis. Row 5, the two Scotsmen, Jock Borthwick, number 32, and 86 of Tom O'Rourke with his MAN. On the 6th row of the grid, we have number 95, Ricky Collett, the man from Yorkshire. Great to see Ricky Collett back out after his engine blow-up in the first round at Brands Hatch. He lines up alongside number 92, Simon Faulkner, with his Iveco. The final row of Division 1, 41, Simon Cole, used to race the Mercedes-Benz, or the Mercedes Beast, as he called it, in Division 2. Lines up alongside number 14, John Bowler, another Division 2 graduate, with his MAN. Then there's a gap of a couple of rows, and then we've got the Division 2 trucks, headed up by John Powell, number 6, in his DAF, alongside Adam Bint, our camera truck, with the Volvo White Aerodyne. Then we've got number 10, Craig Evans, still looking for his first win, Division 2, in his MAN, alongside Paul Rivett, the former British touring car racer, and Renault Clio multiple champion, with his MAN. That's the Napa Auto Parts sponsored truck. And at the back of the grid, number 28, Gentleman Jim Bennett in his venerable Seddon Atkinson. Form up 2 by 2, then down Speedway Straight, up to the flick of Carter's Curve, then onto Honda Curve. About to start our first truck race of the weekend here at Convoy, Cymru. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver lead them round. This will be a 15-minute race for the British Truck Racing Championship of 2023. The revs beginning to rise then. Can Ryan Smith start as he means to go on? Is it going to be Stuart Oliver, or will we see a new winner? Powell and Bint divided the Division 2 wins at Brands Hatch. The pace truck is into pit lane. Here we go, they're almost ready to go racing on the Pembrey circuits. Waiting for the red lights to go out. Here we go, the power comes on and we're underway. Convoy Cymru is go, side by side between Smith and Oliver. Down towards Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. It's going to be Ryan Smith who takes the early lead. Stephen Powell comes barrelling down the outside in the MAN. One of the Reeds is up there as well in the Iveco. They fling their way through the hairpin. There's contact already. Bradley Smith made a bad start. He's been clipped by Jock Borthwick. 3 into 1 didn't go through the hairpin for the first time. Everybody else looks to be round okay. I think Adam Bint is leading in Division 2. It's Ryan Smith from Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell with a good start up into 3rd place in the HGV Direct MAN as they head out towards the back of the circuit for the first time. David Jenkins is in 4th place. They've broken away as a result of that schmozzle further back at the hairpin. Bradley Smith has been able to hold 5th position in the number 46, then Jock Borthwick. 7th is Michael Oliver. We've got a tangle at the back. That's Ricky Collett and Tom O'Rourke. They've gone onto the rallycross course on the infield. Now we'll see if we can see what happened further back. And Tom O'Rourke goes straight into the side of Michael Oliver. So that's what happened. He went spinning out. Oliver saved it. And Ricky Collett had nowhere to go. Went off rallycrossing. Still leading Division 2 is Adam Bint. He's going well up there in, well, he's in 8th overall now. He's picked up another place. I think we've lost Michael Oliver, that's why. He's not come through on that lap. So Michael Oliver and problems are on board with Adam Bint. He's won here in Division 2 several times in the past, and the lead gap has come down a little there. A little? It's come down a lot, because Stuart Oliver now right on the tail of Ryan Smith. Whether he's had a moment out on the back of the circuit there, I'm not sure, but Stuart Oliver's caught him. They come through to complete lap number 3. It wouldn't surprise me if Stuart Oliver gets the fastest lap this time through. He's going for the lead. Over the line they go. Yes, Brian Smith lost 2 seconds on that last lap, so I'm not quite sure what happened there for the Daimler Freightliner, but Stuart Oliver's ready to attack for the lead. Down into the right-hander hairpin as Hatchett's, and the 2 MANs closing up as well of Powell and Jenkins. There's only less than 2 seconds covering the top 4 now. It was 2 seconds covering the top 2 last time through. Ryan Smith getting back up to speed then. I thought he had a problem towards the end of that lap. He backed up dramatically, but now he's pulling away again. 2 trucks into the pits on that lap. Michael Oliver's pulled in, so has Ricky Collett after that tangle on the opening lap, so it looks like they're out of it. Tom O'Rourke is still going, I think, but a long way back. coming up to complete their 6th lap. Here are the leaders, and Stuart Oliver's closed in again a little. Yep, he's going to have another go at Ryan Smith for the lead. They're clear to the tune of nearly 3 seconds of Stephen Powell in that 3rd place. Simon Reed up the inside, up the hairpin, he goes through. Nicely done there. Tricky to get 2 trucks side by side through Hatchett's hairpin. Well, in such a tight corner, it's tricky to get 1 truck through there. Smith pulls away a little once again. He seems to have the advantage in a straight line, but Stuart Oliver able to close up a bit more in the twisty bits. Now Paul Rivette's having a go at Simon Cole in the more powerful Division 1 MAN. Paul Rivette, a lot of experience in saloon car racing. He's a multiple Renault Clio Cup champion. He won't get round the outside at Senna, though, I don't think. And this could allow John Powell to attack in the 6. He's up alongside as they come through towards Brooklands. Paul Rivette is going to have to give him room there, and John Powell goes through up into 2nd place in Division 2. Good move there by John Powell. That's for 12th overall. Having a go at Simon Cole in the 41. Through Senna, up towards Brooklands. It's over 3.5 minutes of this race still to go. Here comes Paul Rivette. He's going to have a go at Simon Cole. Paul Rivette has shaken off his Division 2 rivals. He's having a go at the Division 1 truck, and he goes through into Carter's curve. There's Stuart Oliver. And these two have now got to lap Tom O'Rourke. Is he going to move out of the way? Well, move out of the way. I think he's pulling off. Tom O'Rourke onto the grass, so his race could be over. Unless that was an extreme bit of moving out of the way, he decided to move onto the grass to let everybody through. But I think that could be a retirement. There's a black and white flag being shown, I noticed there behind the timing tower. That's the driving standards flag for somebody. Didn't see who it was for. Yes, Tom O'Rourke into retirement in the 86. That will put him to the back of the Division 1 grid, along with Michael Oliver and Ricky Collett are already out of the race for race number 2. Race number 3, I should say, because race 2, the grid is set by the 2nd fastest time in the qualifying session. It's going to be a win for flying Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver tried his hardest, but the back marker traffic making something of a difference, and Ryan Smith is heading for his 4th win of the season in 2 weekends, picking up exactly where he left off at Brands Hatch. The 7-time champion, flying Ryan Smith, comes in to take the victory. 2nd place will go to Stuart Oliver. They are well ahead of the rest, separated by 3.7 seconds at the line. Stephen Powell holding on for 3rd ahead of David Jenkins. He held off his fellow MAN pilot all the way. Bradley Smith a good 5th, and Jock Borthwick will just hold off Craig Reed for 6th place. They had a good fight in the closing stages, 0.3 of a second apart. Oh, we've had a bit of an off there for Craig Evans on the last lap. He's making a bit of a habit of that, unfortunately. Meanwhile, in Division 2, a power sliding Kurt Goranson style finish for Adam Bint. He takes the win in Division 2 in our first race of the weekend. That's his 4th win of the season. Who's going to be home in 2nd? It should be Paul Rivette. Yes, there he is, just lapping Jim Bennett. Paul Rivette 2nd in Division 2. John Powell is 3rd. Craig Evans 4th. The final finisher in Division 2 will be Jim Bennett. Here's what happened to Craig Evans in the closing stages there, was attacking John Powell. He nearly attacked him well and truly. Big lock up there into Brooklands, ran out wide. Let's confirm the results of that one then. Ryan Smith the winner by 3.7 seconds over Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell in 3rd place, and David Jenkins just behind him. Bradley Smith completing the top 5 ahead of Jock Borthwick, then the Reed brothers and Simon Faulkner completing the top 9 overall. Then we had the Division 2 runners with Adam Bint beating Paul Rivette by over 12 seconds. John Powell taking 3rd place, then Craig Evans and Jim Bennett completing the 5 finishers in Division 2. Fastest lap of the race going to Ryan Smith, 1 minute 10.91. And there were only those 14 finishers. Simon Cole was a late retirement. Tom O'Rourke we lost, as we saw, and Michael Oliver and Ricky Collett, victims of the early pile-up.
So, Ryan Smith, you're looking a bit warm there. I take it it's hot in that cab.
Oh, it was plain sailing up until I hit somebody's diesel, and it fired me off, and I just got back on in front of Stuart. That was pivotal, really important. We just had enough gap. So when you're leading, the only downside to leading is you're the first to hit anything on the track, and we hit the diesel. But wanted to say thank you to my team. They worked so hard. Still not found the problem, but I'm not letting it kill the buzz.
I've noticed it's not affected you too much, still putting some great lap times in there.
Yeah, and it was just about management and keeping an eye where Stuart was. But when I hit the diesel, got back on, I had to change my strategy for the line for 3 or 4 laps.
Of course.
Stuart could risk it. So he held on to me for a little bit, but no, honestly delighted with that.
Mr. Powell, look at this hat, sir. 3rd place.
It's a typo.
It's a typo.
Yeah, at least it's typo something. You know? I would like to say before we go any further, I've got to say a big congratulations to my man Dory, who's on our team. Can't be here this weekend because he was due a baby, and he's literally had it as we was going around the track.
Whoa!
So he's just had a baby boy today.
Is
so
he going to call it
congratulations,
Steve
Dory.
then, right?
I think he's going to call it Leo after the other one.
So you've caught a 3rd place, first race of the weekend. Well done. And also, we've had a baby born during the race as well.
Not here, he's in a hospital.
Not here, obviously, at a hospital. Yeah, that'd be
where
where.
hands on that thingy yet.
I mean, you never know. It hasn't happened yet. Well, they said.
Well, in the sunshine of Thruxton, looks like we are now counting down to our next race, which is race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Again, the reverse grid in operation following race 2 yesterday. The top 8 in Division 1 reverse, and it will be, if he's made it out, John Bowler will be on pole in number 14 alongside the 68 of Craig Reed. Bradley Smith, carrying our onboard camera for this race, will be on road 2 alongside Michael Oliver. Stephen Powell, a podium finisher earlier on, starts alongside David Jenkins on row 3. The 4th row, Stuart Oliver in number 7 alongside the 1 of Ryan Smith. He's got an onboard camera as well. I see John Bowler is there, it's good to see. Row 5 will be 92 Simon Faulkner, 86 Tom O'Rourke alongside. He's not showing on our graphics incidentally because he didn't set a time in qualifying yesterday. And the 6th row should be Ricky Collett, number 95. The team are asking, can anyone supply an endless run of side panels for our truck, please, on their social media? And we should have seen Simon Cole, but his engine currently in pieces, as we heard from Pointy earlier on, so he's not there. Neil Yates heads up Division 2 in the number 33, alongside Jim Bennett in the 28. There's the Sen Atkinson. It's number 10, Craig Evans. 6 of John Powell. 5, Adam Bintz. And number 22, Paul Rivett. I reckon there's a bit of a rivalry developing between Adam Bintz and Paul Rivett out there. I've seen a couple of close encounters between the two of them. Ryan Smith will once again go from 8th on the grid. We're on board with him in cab as they make their way round. A further lap before the rolling start. Ryan Smith made his up to 3rd behind Stuart Oliver and Stephen Powell in race 3 earlier on. Certainly going to be an interesting one once again. Unfortunately, not quite time for the grid walk to take place, certainly with the delays during the last couple of car races. We're waiting to see what's going to happen with the pickup trucks as well. I've been told that the penultimate race of the day, where race 3 should have been, will be a rerun of race 2, and then they should hopefully get a 3rd race, time permitting, at the end of the programme, but we'll confirm that as soon as we can. So we should hopefully see, time permitting, 3 pickup races. Thanks to all of you for getting in touch for our competition, and well done to our winner. Big hello to Dan Proctor, also Leanne Price. Thanks for getting in touch. Hear the live music above the trucks as they come round to line up. There's Ricky Collins, he's reattached that side panel again. It's John Bowler's MAN on pole. Best results he's had in Division 1 is 8th place a couple of times, so looking perhaps for his first top 5, maybe his first podium here. There's Bradley Smith, number 46 MAN. Best results of a couple of second places this year, including in race 1 yesterday. Stuart Oliver, our earlier winner, alongside him. On board with Adam Binns, great shot here looking from the bonnet of the number 5. Follows John Powell. If you look closely there at the front bumper of Bradley Smith's truck, you can just see our other onboard camera. Here it is. Great shot here from inside the front bumper of the 46. Let's hope that camera doesn't get walloped in there. We'll be a good way of checking for any incidents of contact in this race, won't it? He's lining up on the 3rd position on the grid behind John Bowler, and Craig Reed in the Iveco looking for the 2nd Division 1 win of his career. Had a win at Brands Hatch last year. Last few trucks pulling into line ready for the rolling starts. We mentioned yesterday our fundraiser Holly Brownsell completing her laps of the truck racing circuits by bicycle to raise money for motor neurone disease research. I can tell you she completed 3 laps of the Thruxton Circuit along with her dad Carl yesterday after racing was completed. Extra lap in honour of Jock Borthwick, who's unable to race at the moment, who leads the My Name's Doddy campaign. Of course, Scottish rugby star Doddy Weir began the campaign to raise money for motor neurone disease. The TRP pace truck in position, the DAF to lead them round. Just getting Ricky Collett into the correct position there with his MAN. He's had a lot of bad luck in recent years, including that engine blow up at Brands Hatch at the season opener. The heavy haulage company owner from Yorkshire, racing trucks for many, many years now, as has Jim Bennett in the Seddon Atkinson. When was the last time you saw one of those? So you're based up in the northwest of England. I think they were bought out by Iveco in the mid-2000s. The grid is cleared by the marshals. Keep an eye on Bradley Smith, keep an eye on Michael Oliver as well, in the 2nd row of the grid. Ryan Smith still with the front body, bit of the front bodywork missing. Starts 8th on this grid. Looking for 3 wins for the weekend. 32nd board from the marshal on the starters roster. You'll notice all the other marshals around the circuit will move well back off their posts in the interests of safety. If anything goes wrong, you wouldn't want to be on directly trackside in case a truck does go into the barriers. Here we go then. Pace truck leads them off. John Bowler on pole position, the man from Stockport. On board with Bradley Smith. Craig Reed on the 2nd position on the outside the front row, 2nd on the grid in the Iveco Stralis. Ryan Smith alongside his arch rival Stuart Oliver. 17 titles between them. Neil Yates just a little slow getting going there in the Division 2 truck. It is his first ever weekend of truck racing. Adam Binns will be on the back row alongside his new title rival Paul Rivette. John Powell and Craig Evans chasing them in the points. Beautiful sunshine now here at Thruxton. 15 minutes of racing coming up for the trucks. Tom O'Rourke is not there. Yeah, we know Simon Cole's missing. I don't think Tom O'Rourke's there either, the 86. Unless I've overlooked him. On board with Ryan Smith, one hand on the gears and one on the wheel as ever. He almost looks relaxed behind the wheel, does Ryan Smith, but I can assure you he's not. Yes, Tom O'Rourke is missing from row 5, so problems for the 86. There is Paul Rivets looking for win number 3 this weekend in Division 2. Took the flag in both races yesterday, but was disqualified for exceeding the speed limit of 100 miles an hour. Adam Bint was penalised for the same reason, and it was John Powell who inherited the win. Rivets with the other 2 wins. Adam Bint will not want to go home winless. Back to his base in Oxfordshire. Here we go then. Revs beginning to rise already. The leaders coming towards Woodham Hill. TRP pace truck controlling them round. Would you want to look in your mirror coming round Thruxton and see that lot behind you? We certainly have got us a convoy here at Thruxton, here at Convoy on the Plain. In a few weeks' time it'll be Convoy in the Park at Donington Park with an international truck racing field. John Bowler in pole position, looking for what could be his first podium since moving up from Division 2. Craig Reed looking for the second Division 1 win of his career. Bradley Smith looking for his first ever win. Some big names behind. Smith and Oliver, the 2 to watch for. Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith. Pace truck is in pit lane. Here we go. 16 trucks ready to take the starts. Lights are out and away they go up towards Allard for the first time. It's a good start by Craig Reed from the outside of the front row. Bradley Smith's got away well too. John Bowler trying to hold the inside line. Looks like it's going to be Reed that takes the lead up towards the complex for the first time. Michael Oliver's there on the inside for the left-hander at green. Bradley Smith will be fairly late on the brakes, so will David Jenkins in the 69. He's locked up, he'll run wide into the complex. Craig Reed has got the early lead ahead of John Bowler. On board with Bradley Smith. What a fantastic shot this is from the third place truck, chasing John Bowler as they charge out into the country for the first time. Craig Reed in the Iveco, your early leader in Division 1. Bowler in second. In Division 2, Paul Rivets already come through into second place. It's John Powell who has the lead. Already the slightly slower pair of Neil Yates and Jim Bennett have dropped to the back of the field. And off goes Stuart Oliver. Stuart Oliver on the grass there, coming through Noble, rejoins behind Ricky Collitz. Well, he was down in 7th on the grid. He's got it all to do again now to try and fight his way through to the front of Division 1 if he wants his second win of the day, and Collitz lost another side panel. I think there's been some contact there. So it's Reed from Bowler, Bradley Smith third, Michael Oliver is in 4th position. Through to Woodham Hill Lake Up, Stephen Powell is 5th, and a small gap back to David Jenkins. Ryan Smith, Ricky Collitz, Stuart Oliver's 9th, and Simon Faulkner 10th. Up the hill towards the chicane, up towards this slight rise, then onto the brakes for the right-hander. Craig Reed holds the lead, the man from Stoke-on-Trent in the Iveco. Stephen Powell having a quick look round the outside there of Michael Oliver. He won't get alongside through there. Behind them is David Jenkins. We go on board with Ryan Smith chasing his arch rival for many years now, Dave Jenkins. Stuart Oliver making a move on Ricky Collitz, coming up into Allard to try and retake that 8th place. It's still Craig Reed who sets the early pace. Further back in Division 2, it is John Powell in the DAF who has the lead, looking for his second win of the weekend. He's clear of Paul Rivett, Craig Evans and Adam Bint. And then at the back, the battle between Jim Bennett, making a move there on Neil Yates into Allard. Just under a second was the lead gap for Craig Reed at the end of the opening lap. Adam Bint has a look around the outside of Craig Evans as we ride with him through the complex. And onto the throttle as they come out through Seagrave towards Noble. A bit of smoke there as Adam gets his foot down. Away they go onto the far side of the circuit. Paul Rivett holding second place ahead of Craig Evans. It's John Powell who leads in 11th place overall, leading the Division 2 field. He's pulling away from Paul Rivett. Here's the battle for second place in Division 1. Craig Reed's opened up a slight lead. We're on board with Bradley Smith. He's lost out to Michael Oliver for that third place. The number 12 GC Tyres MAN has got through and towards the chicane. Bradley Smith will have a look on the inside. Won't get alongside as they go into the tightening right-hander there, and he's just behind. Oh, and Craig Reed's gone straight on. What's happened? He just suddenly locked up and slid straight on. Something broke there, I think, on Craig Reed's truck. He's out, and John Bowler leads. Well, this is the first time that John Bowler has led a Division 1 race. There's been a bit of contact there on John Bowler behind, as everybody else bottled up behind the slowing Craig Reed into the chicane there. You can see there's a bit of damage to Bradley Smith's truck, the wheel arch flapping into the complex. John Bowler has the lead of a Division 1 race for the first time in his career. Second place, Michael Oliver. David Jenkins running wide under fire from Ryan Smith. He goes through. Now his next target will be Stephen Powell. There's a little bit of damage to the back of his truck as well. Ricky Collett would needing another new side panel. Should start making them himself. He'll have a good business line. Stuart Oliver ahead of him in the number 7 as they head out towards Goodwood and Village. John Bowler, the number 14, the man from Stockport in Cheshire, leads the way. Can he hang on for his first Division 1 victory? He's got just over 10.5 minutes to the race to go. Craig Reed into pit lane. Yeah, clearly something broke there. I don't know whether he lost his brakes coming into the chicane, whether the something in the braking system failed. He just locked up and slid straight on, and he's out of the race. That was such a shame because he was going well in the lead. It's now Bowler from Michael Oliver. Bradley Smith with that wheel arch flapping in third place. And Stephen Powell and Ryan Smith together for 4th and 5th. Down to the chicane for the third time. It's the two MAN trucks out in front. It's MAN's 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. Daimler Freightliner in 5th of Ryan Smith. We're on board with him, attacking Stephen Powell, the man from Kent, in 4th place. Coming through to complete their third lap. Michael Oliver has a look for the lead. Ryan Smith has a look for 4th place. He's got the inside line into Allard. Not quite. Stephen Powell holds him off. Here comes Dave Jenkins in the 69. Stuart Oliver just behind him. 3 heavyweights together. Ryan Smith, David Jenkins and Stuart Oliver. 18 titles between them. 20 if you count Stephen Powell's 2 Division 2 titles as well. And Ryan Smith's going through at the complex. Good move. Takes Stephen Powell round the outside at Cobb. Forced the issue down the inside at Campbell and just kept the momentum up. Now Stuart Oliver is almost bump drafting David Jenkins. That's more like NASCAR racing than truck racing. And they go off. Had they got stuck together there, David Jenkins ploughs over the grass. He definitely got a push there from Stuart Oliver, but I'm not sure whether that was intentional or whether the two got stuck together by their bumpers. Now, we saw a few years ago Stuart Oliver get stuck to the back of Ricky Collett's truck and he ended up being towed round Brands Hatch for a lap. I'm not sure what that was all about, but David Jenkins has gone grass trucking and has rejoined further back. Here come the leaders up Woodham Hill. John Bowler defending his lead from Michael Oliver. They're stacking up behind him now. This is a convoy now with John Bowler in the role of rubber duck at the head of it. If you've seen the film Convoy, you'll know what that means. Michael Oliver in 2nd place. Bradley Smith, our camera truck, in 3rd. Ryan Smith next through in the 94, and John Bowler really having to defend here now. Michael Oliver's got to run on the outside. They bang wheels, and Oliver goes around the outside. He tries to cut in. There's just enough space. Bowler's pushing him. Oh, there's a bit of needle creeping into this race. Certainly Bradley Smith can sense a chance to try and take the lead here if these two trip over each other. Michael Oliver into the lead in the number 12. John Bowler, he's fired up, he's fighting back, he's pushing Michael Oliver now. This is more like saloon stock cars and truck racing at the moment. It's got into these drivers over the course of the lunch break. Here comes Bradley Smith up the inside. Onto the grass he goes. John Bowler's not giving him any room there at all. He's trying to make his MAN the widest in the country right now. Ryan Smith goes around the outside as a result of that. Bradley Smith lost momentum and Ryan's been able to go through around the outside. What's happening in Division 2 meanwhile? Well, there's Paul Rivette. I think he's still second. It's still John Powell that's got the lead of the class. On board with Adam Bintz. Yes, there's John Powell. He's really pulled away in Division 2, the DAF. About 4.5 seconds up the road. Ryan Smith going for second. Bradley Smith trying to follow him on the inside of John Bowler in the number 14. Bradley Smith trying to make it 3 wide. You're lucky if you can go 2 wide into the chicane. And the red flag is coming out. The race is being stopped. What has happened? Oh my God! That's Neil Yates. And he's gone clean through the barrier. What on earth has happened there? That is a terrifying sight. I think that's up towards the complex. Neil Yates has gone clean through the barriers. Let's hope everyone's okay. The driver is out. There is Neil. Now let's see what happened. He was coming up into Allard. He goes to the inside. The truck just ploughs straight on. Something broke there, I think, and walloped straight in and straight through. That is a horrific accident. Well, 2 years ago, we saw an incident like that on a damp track here at Thruxton with Tom O'Rourke at the complex. But that was at an even higher speed, if anything. Neil Yates and everybody else down there at Allard is very lucky indeed. That was a very scary incident indeed. And everyone down there at Allard is extremely lucky. Okay, there's obviously going to be most likely a considerable delay here. While the officials check everyone's all right, check the condition of the barriers. There's going to have to be obviously a rebuilding operation, recover Neil Yates's truck, or what's left of it as well. I wonder if his steering broke there going through Allard, because he really didn't turn, just went straight on into Allard. And we'll let you know as soon as we can what is going to happen with any resumption of this race. Trucks heading back into the paddock then, following a major accident at Allard involving number 33 Neil Yates. It appeared his truck suffered a mechanical failure going into Allard and went off straight on. Neil is okay. We believe everybody else down there on both sides of the barrier appears to be okay as well. But the truck has stood up to the impact, so our newcomer to racing this weekend, Neil Yates, is all right. As we say, hopefully everyone else down there is all right as well. It's looked like that was the case, but we will confirm. And we'll bring you any further news as soon as we get it. Racing suspended to allow the safety crews to attend the scene. And we'll bring you any further news as and when we receive it.